Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at waynerealtypa.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland Show here. Good to have you live and local. And I'll begin locally where I know many in law enforcement and law enforcement community. Maybe we'll get a call in or an update from our very own Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti. But the jury trial for a former Philadelphia policeman who remember initially the charges against him were dropped. But this officer, Mark Dial, is in a courtroom, in a Philadelphia courtroom, one day, by the way, before the big primary election tomorrow of DA Larry Krasner against former Judge Pat Dugan. That is not by mistake the timing of this thing. Officer Dial facing third-degree murder charges in the death of a motorist who was driving the wrong way, defied him, had a weapon, it was a knife, and defied law enforcement's order to drop that item, to stop, etc. But it ended tragically, of course, as Eddie Irizarry was shot by the officer. Krasner's office initially called it first-degree murder, but as I've reported to you, that first-degree murder charge, it was dropped. And Officer Dial then went out on bail, as he has been, awaiting trial on these lesser charges of third-degree murder in the death of Eddie Irizarry, whose family, and this was a tragic case, his family had said that he had suffered bipolar and schizophrenia and all of these other mental health issues. And so it's tragic all the way around, no doubt. But should this officer face years behind bars, was he not trained to do this? as a motorist was evading police sirens, a marked unit, went the wrong way down a one-way street, etc. So, Officer Dial, this happened mid-August, August 14th, 2023. You remember what happened at the time. There were officials who were holding news conferences. It sure felt like they were inciting, but in this one, there was some Ring doorbell camera video that was released, different videos released. Depending on which video you look at, you might have a different opinion. And so trial by public. So initially, police said that Irizarry had lunged at the officers. Remember, this was a whole debacle, if you will, because there was a spokesperson for the city who misstated what happened. And that was part of the reason the public said, whoa, they're changing their story. Well, did they really change their story, or was it that a PIO, the public information officer at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this was Danielle Outlaw and her debacle in this one, but the camera footage contradicted the account that was told by the public information officer. In any event, Dial was suspended at that time, later fired from the police department. He was initially charged, like I say, with first-degree murder. Those charges later had to be dropped because of a court proceeding, and now it has gone through the courts, and here we are, day one, jury selection underway, and all the headlines are about this cop on trial. I tell you, this is not a coincidence. Just as I've told you other trials, right, of a little boy, a good boy, and we interviewed his dad, which, of Sean's dad last week, as we think about a child, innocent child, a great kid, gunned down. They waited years for justice in that case, but why is this one the day before the primary? And so in my humble opinion, it's not by mistake that this is in the headlines on this day. It's a shame, it's a sin, and justice should never be pimped for political reasons or any other reason, quite frankly. It's tragic all the way around. Two young men contrasting. You have an officer, 29 years old, and you have the person who was clearly a mentally ill person. I don't even know if that person should have been driving, who ended up, shot by the officer. Tragic all the way around. Stop pimping this stuff for politics. That's just an overall, take that I'll have for you, because I want to get to the other breaking news of the day. We've talked a lot about Donald J. Trump this morning since 6 a.m. We've talked a lot about the fact that President Trump will sign the Take It Down Act, making it illegal to share non-consensual, explicit images online. I think that's one of those common sense issues that we can all agree on, common ground. And we also have Caroline Leavitt speaking this morning. So Caroline Leavitt, White House, speaking out to the media, talking about one big beautiful bill. Let's listen in. Caroline Leavitt.
The one big beautiful.
That's okay. Go ahead.
No, sorry. If you want
to. I thought I was stretching.
I appreciate it. Oh no, you
I thought I was
can if you want. You're always...
She's wearing her beautiful bright yellow.
I like it though with the blonde hair.
Yeah, looks
because
good.
It represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda responsible for President Trump's landslide victory on November 5th. The America First policies in this bill are the reason why Republicans currently have the majority in Congress right now. Passing this bill is what voters sent Republicans to Washington to accomplish. And that's why it's essential that every Republican in the House and the Senate unites behind President Trump and passes this popular and essential legislative package. This bill will be the single most pro-small business, pro-family, and pro-American worker legislation ever. This bill will give Americans the largest tax cuts in our nation's history. When Republicans pass the bill, Americans will be keeping more of their hard-earned money and taking home much bigger paychecks.
I like to hear that.
The One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver some of President Trump's central campaign promises. No tax on tips for our hardworking waiters, waitresses, and service workers. No tax on overtime for our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, and all those Americans who are putting in extra hours to make ends meet. And a large tax deduction on interest payments for Americans who purchase American-made cars. Despite desperate Democrat lies, the biggest beneficiary of this tax cut will be working-class Americans and their families.
So working-class families and calling for Republicans to unite. I want to go to second to last clip, Dan, where she says, where Caroline Leavitt lays this out about national security, the Golden Dome, as well as air traffic control.
This bill also advances our national security and defense interests by ensuring the United States military has the necessary resources to remain the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. The bill will provide resources for the construction of President Trump's Golden Dome to safeguard Americans from potential attacks, give the Coast Guard resources to build more modernized ships, and the Air Force resources to acquire better planes. If all of those incredible things were not enough, the big beautiful bill also finally modernizes air traffic control in America, a bipartisan issue. The bill will allow President Trump to deliver on his promise to overhaul and update our air traffic control systems to keep Americans flying as safe and efficiently as possible. The previous administration failed to act and do this themselves, despite repeated warnings from the GAO, which has resulted in unacceptable delays at major airports like Newark that the Trump administration is working hard to address. When the one big beautiful bill passes, we will replace the current antiquated system, the FAA will enhance safety in our skies, reduce delays, and power the future of air travel in the United States.
And so this is the House Budget Committee passing this huge tax and immigration package. This is critical. It's central to President Donald J. Trump's agenda. And this was a bit of a surprise to some as they passed the agenda out of committee, in other words, overcoming the opposition from some conservatives who maybe you agree with these conservatives. And I think some of you may agree with the four fiscal conservatives as they're looking at this. This is the House Freedom Caucus, and change their vote to present, allowing the legislative package to be recommended favorably to the House, so 17-16. But I will look at this and say also Speaker Mike Johnson telling reporters apparently he showed up, and they were kind of surprised that he showed up and said, hey, guys, you got to get yourselves together. Who are those four fiscal conservatives? Representatives Chip Roy, Texas. We've got Ralph Norman, let's see, South Carolina. We've got Josh Brichin and Andrew Clyde of Georgia. So all of them Southerners, obviously, but they had previously blocked the bill Friday. And, in this one, they're saying we got to watch this deficit, and we're worried about the budget. We're worried about balancing the budget here. So they did get this thing through committee now. It still has a long ways to go as it goes to the full House floor. In other words, GOP leaders can only lose 2 votes on the House floor because it's now out of committee, right? And then if all the lawmakers are present and voting, they can only lose 2. That's what they can afford. And they have 2 days to work this, if you will.
We're on track, working around the clock to deliver this nation-shaping legislation for the American people as soon as possible. Look, all 11 of our committees have wrapped up their work, and they spent less and saved more than even we projected initially. This really is once-in-a-generation opportunity that we have here. So you heard there the update. The Budget Committee will reconvene this evening. They'll get that through the committee, and the plan is to move it to the Rules Committee by midweek and to the House floor by the end of the week. So we meet our original Memorial Day deadline.
So, I've generally speaking, Chip Roy, of Texas, Republican, I like him, and I agree with him on a lot. Maybe you disagree or you agree, but what he put out, and he put out a lengthy statement, and he said he joined 3 of his colleagues to vote present out of respect for both President Trump as well as the Republican conference. But so he's saying, I want to move this bill forward, but there is a big, clause here, I will say. He says it gives us the opportunity to work together this week to get the job done. So maybe you're angry with this caucus. Maybe you agree, because I saw some of you earlier. We were kind of talking about it in the YouTube chat, and thank you for those of you who are watching on the YouTube chat as well on YouTube. But I think this is a critical moment. Can they pull this together, and can they pass this thing? As you just heard Speaker Johnson, they hope to pass this thing by Memorial Day weekend. And will he hold them hostage? See, That's what I'm wondering, because everybody has plans. And so is he going to say, no, we're going to go into the holiday weekend, into Memorial Day weekend until we get her done. So it's going to be a crazy week. We'll see the power of Trump, and it's a real test. It's a huge package. Trump says he needs to get this done in part because remember TikTok, his 2017 tax cuts, they expire. So he needs to keep that in place. So we're looking at this. And so I would love to hear your take on it, 855-839-1210. Wanted to get to that. We have to stay on time. We do have Kathy Barnett in the house, big special. And then as well, and this is coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, Emily Kopp. She's an investigative reporter, but she specifically, if you remember her, she was right on the money talking about all the basically lies about COVID and misreporting and all of that. So she has she's a medical specialist. She speaks the jargon, if you will, with doctors and researchers, and she exposed so much during the COVID cover-ups, etc., and was even praised at the highest level by even the New York Times and the so-called legacy media. Well, now she's talking about some other issues, and in particular looking at the current administration and somebody that she's worried about who survived. He was right under Fauci. So she's exposing a lot of that and what's going on in the NIH. You want to hear this. It's must listen, must watch. And that's investigative reporter Emily Kopp. She's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. All right, I'll take a quick break. It's The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210 at Dawn Stensland. We'll be right back.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369, 800-525-9369.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts, family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Goods Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750 milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF, Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You think about President Trump and how he had that incredible, it really was historic in the world as far as that incredible business meeting with the Saudis, a lot going on, huge trip, and now comes back and boom, this morning they're right back to work. Even over the weekend, not really coming up for air there, but right now the big headline is that President Trump is hoping for this ceasefire to make progress. And it's high stakes. He's going to, this morning he's having this phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. And there's a conference right now with the EU, the UK. But President Trump did announce over the weekend that he would be chatting with Russian President Vladimir Putin, as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning, reportedly, to try to negotiate this peace deal to end this 3-year-long war. And President Trump has repeatedly said a minimum of 5,000 young men a week have been killed So more than 1 million on both sides. It's a tragic story, a tragic number. Former President Joe Biden thanking supporters, by the way, in a social media post this morning, as I had reported, following his stage 4 cancer diagnosis. We've talked a lot about that. And he was pictured with former First Lady Jill Biden and their cat. We've been talking about the fact that the House Budget Committee advanced President Trump's multi-trillion-dollar domestic policy package that was late last night. And so we'll see this week as they try to get her done. It's moved out of the committee. Now the full House has to vote on it. Then it would be kicked over to the Senate side. And then we had Pope Leo XIV and Vice President J.D. Vance meeting, and that's ahead of this U.S.-led diplomatic attempt, if you will, to reach a ceasefire in Ukraine. So Trump on the phone, and this, as we knew that both sides late last week, for the first time, there were diplomats from Russia, from Ukraine. For the first time, they were meeting face to face, having those meetings to try to force some peace deal, or at least negotiate the ceasefire. So we're watching all of this. I thought that this was an interesting sit down with Vice President J.D. Vance as he was being questioned. I just think he is so good at on the fly answering these types of questions. And I want you to listen to this.
Is a housing crisis, is that not enough houses have been built.
And that we have 25 million people who shouldn't be here.
Well, I mean, this is the thing.
I think it's both.
I know you do. I don't think that many people who look into this agree with you, but about a third of the construction workforce in this country is Hispanic. Of those, a large portion are undocumented. So how do you propose to build all the housing necessary that we need in this country by removing all the people who are working in construction?
Well, I think it's a fair question, because we know that back in the 1960s, when we had very low levels of legal immigration, Americans didn't buy houses, didn't build houses. But of course they did. And I'm being sarcastic, of course, in service of a point, Lulu, the assumption that because a large number of home builders now are using undocumented labor, that's the only way to build homes. I think, again,
the country is much bigger.
A fundamental.
The need is much bigger. I mean, I'm not arguing in favor of illegal immigration. I'm asking how you.
For those that aren't tuned into our YouTube feed, can you just describe this interviewer for us, Dawn?
No. Listen to the content. And if you're watching on YouTube, they actually put the words up for you as well. But let's listen. This is a critical. Listen to this and his answer, because he handles this so beautifully, and I love the way that he answers this. Listen.
Documented labor, that's the only way to build homes. I think, again,
the country is much bigger.
A fundamental.
The need is much bigger. I mean, I'm not arguing in favor of illegal immigration. I'm asking how you would deal with the knock-on effect of your proposal to remove millions of people who work in a critical part of the economy.
Well, I think that what you would do is you would take, let's say, for example, the 7 million prime age men who have dropped out of the labor force, and you have a smaller number of women, but still millions of women prime age who have dropped out of the labor force. You absolutely could re-engage folks into the American labor market. This is, I think,
to work in construction.
Of course, you could.
I mean, the unemployment rate is 4.1%. Most people who
unemployment rate, Lulu, this is important.
But most people who don't work can't work in the regular economy. They're in the military. They're parents.
Lulu,
they're
just
sick. They're
listen.
old. They might not want to work in construction.
The unemployment rate does not count labor force participation dropouts. And again, this is one of the really deranged things that I think illegal immigration does to our society, is it gets us in a mindset of saying we can only build houses with illegal immigrants when we have 7 million, just men, not even women, just men who have completely dropped out of the labor force. People say, well, Americans won't do those jobs. Americans won't do those jobs for below the table wages. They won't do those jobs for non-living wages. But people will do those jobs. They will just do those jobs at certain wages. And think about this from the perspective of an American company, okay? I want them to go searching in their own country for their own citizens. Sometimes people who may be struggling with addiction or trauma, get them re-engaged in American society. We cannot have an entire American business community that is giving up on American workers and then importing millions of illegal laborers. That is what we have thanks to Kamala Harris's border policies. I think it's one of the biggest drivers of inequality. It's one of the biggest reasons why we have millions of people who have dropped out of the labor force. Why try to re-engage an American citizen in a good job if you can just import somebody from Central America who's going to work under the table for poverty wages? It is a disgrace, and it has led to the evisceration of the American middle class.
Told ya. Aren't you glad that Lulu shut it for a second because she didn't know where he was going, right? And that's why when I was first watching, I watched this thing 4 times because she's going to interrupt, and then finally she realizes, okay, I have no idea where he's going with this. And then when he says what he said, you realize, OMG, this guy, first of all, I love J.D. Vance. I love the way he's so kind and he's so patient. And you can, if you're watching on YouTube, you even see in his face when she starts, and he sort of sits back and he smiles. He never gets upset or anything of that nature. He lets her finish her, and then he continues on. And then he goes through the statistics and goes through the facts. And you know what Lulu knew by instinct? Everything he said was true. And think about the kindness, what he's saying, that we are doing a huge disservice to our own Americans who've dropped out, who've lost hope, even college dropouts, let's say, or members of the military, or members of people who have been fighting addiction, but they're trying to get over that hump. And if only they could feel good about themselves with a well-paying job. So think about all the different people that he's appealing to. He's not appealing to like highly paid, highbrow Republicans. He's always appealing to the common person, the common man and common woman. Fantastic. A+, Vice President J.D. Vance. A+. And he's why
that was
wasn't that, what did you think, Dan?
No, the strategery of that too, from political. Because you look at it though, because I love like analyzing sports, and sometimes I look at politics and interviews from that aspect of it. And here you have, I don't know the exact source. I'm sorry if you do, that would be great, but I would expect it's a left-leaning individual here, and someone who really views things through a lens of identity politics. And I think J.D. Vance is masterful at framing things through identity politics to help those kind of individuals understand. And here, what he did is he took an individual who I think wanted to look morally superior in this interview by essentially saying, "Hey, look, you have humans here that you're dealing with." And what J.D. did is he humanized the issue even further and said, "Look, we have women in this country.
Yes.
We have people suffering from addiction that
construction jobs.
It's amazing."
And he's like, "Yeah."
What a masterful display of.
Which is why, look at The Atlantic, their latest hit piece, because they're always doing some hit piece on somebody. The talented Mr. Vance. J.D. Vance could have brought the country's conflicting strands together. Instead, the talented Mr. Vance, he took they don't even say divisive. They say divisive path to the peak of power. What the Atlantic taking this hit piece and showing him in sort of a Picasso-esque prism piece, what I see that, how I interpret that, is because the Atlantic, they fear J.D. Vance. The left liberal media in particular, they fear our Vice President J.D. Vance. They fear the deep Republican bench. And you just heard the example, or if you're watching on YouTube, you saw it for yourself. And so we have to look at him in this light and make sure that, and we'll put that on social media, repost it, if you will. Everybody should see that, because they always want to put down J.D. Vance or just bias by omission. Do you notice that they don't want him to be heard because he's that good, meaning he's that genuine and authentic and fabuloso. So 855-839-1210. I'm way over. Kathy Barnett, my friend, and you're going to love what she's doing. It's a special with Kathy Barnett just ahead.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million luxury and overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million luxury and overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Can't stop, won't stop. Where the brakes at? I give him that ditty bop. Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. I'ma put in work. I'ma do that ASAP. Throw my faith in rap. But it say, don't say that, huh? What I'ma turn down for?
A woman who always puts in the work, my friend Kathy Barnett. I know you love her. We all love Kathy, and you always have to tune in. I saw her over the weekend in studio looking fabulous, so you have to watch on YouTube. Kathy Barnett Show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. sharp, Kathy Barnett Show. But Kathy has been busy attending a rather important summit and gala in Savannah in Georgia, which is one of the most beautiful places in America. Well, this time of year it gets a little hot and humid. Kathy Barnett, my friend, how are you?
I am doing well. Thank you so much, Dawn, for having me on.
Always. So, appropriately, Dan Borowski's playing Georgia. No, Savannah is beautiful. So, what were you doing there? This is for a big job summit, and you were part of this. Can you tell us about it? And then, as well, you're doing this huge special here, primetime special on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I imagine it's on YouTube as well, but it's tomorrow evening.
Yes, and Dawn, I appreciate you so much. You know that. I appreciate you always lifting me up and putting me forward and bringing me onto your station so I can talk about the different things that I'm doing. Very grateful to the management there at WPHT. They are allowing me to come in tomorrow and do a 3-hour special with everyone. I love PA, so I love the opportunity when I'm given to just come and let's have a talk. There's so many very important things that are going on all around us, chief among them being this reconciliation bill that is now moving to the House floor. And I believe it's perhaps one of the most consequential bills that our Congress is going to be dealing with or that is in front of them to deal with. It's not perfect, but it is going to pass. And if it is going to pass, we want to make sure that it actually benefits the middle class, chief among all groups of people. And so we're going to be talking about that and a little bit and a lot of other things.
And are you going to get into, for example, jobs? I imagine you'll talk about SALT relief, the SALT tax, and let's point that out, because I know even on our YouTube chat this morning, there are some supporting this, others saying this is going to grow the deficit. But basically, my take, Kathy, and I want to open this up to you to give your take, but essentially that's those New York Republicans are saying, if you don't give us this SALT tax relief, you're going to lose the House. And then what do you have? You're going to lose it to the Democrats. And so look at, it's basically what they're saying is cutting off your nose to spite your face type thing. What do you see here, especially with the SALT relief, but everything else?
Yeah, there are some key provisions within the Tax Cuts Job Act. It's a part of the big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump calls it, the reconciliation bill. And there are a number of things in it. Like I said, some very key provisions, right? So we have the 20% pass-through. That is going to benefit the middle class primarily. Most of us have an LLC or a sole proprietorship, and this benefits us. And then you have the SALT tax, which is what you're talking about. It's not only an issue for states like New York and California, but it's a big issue for us here in Pennsylvania. We also have high taxes, high state, high property taxes. And so we want some of that relief as well. But then you also have things such as no tax on tips, which doesn't necessarily benefit the middle class, but it does go a long way with the gig economy and primarily for next year when we're in the midterms. And no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, full expensing. So there's a lot of key provisions within that bill. And tomorrow, I'm just going to kind of walk through it. I have Congressman Scott Perry is going to be on with us. He is right in the middle of all of this conversation. We're going to have Trish Regan, very popular podcaster, as well as Senator Joni Ernst, because once this bill get out of the House, it's going to move right over to the Senate. So we want to hold these people accountable. We want to pick their minds and make sure that they are thinking about the middle class. Because here's the reality, Dawn, if you don't mind me sharing, is that over the past 50 years, the middle class has been squeezed out of everything. The top 10% in this nation hold over 70% of the nation's wealth. The bottom 50%, they're being taken care of because we have all of these bloated entitlements. But it's the middle class who's footing the bill for both groups. And whereas the top 10% has gained their net worth by over $23 trillion, the middle class has lost $18 trillion. We haven't gotten any of the benefit from all of this money and all of this productivity efficiencies that our nation has received. And so Donald Trump is doing a lot. Mm-hmm. He's bringing a lot of businesses, a lot of investments back to this nation. What we want to make sure is that for the next 50 years, the middle class is not squeezed out completely. And although this reconciliation bill is not a silver bullet, it's not perfect, but it is going to pass. And if it's going to pass, we want to make sure that the middle class is not being squeezed out completely.
And that's part of you're part of this network, the job creators, as far as that summit that you were attending. Can you give us an update on that and what the focus is?
Yeah, I'm so very grateful for joining the Job Creators Network. They were started by multi-billionaire who has now passed away, Bernie Marcus, who's the founder of Home Depot. And the focus is on Main Street. There are over 30 million small businesses in America, and they employ over 90 million Americans, and they make up almost half of our GDP. And yet no one talks about them. We're always talking about Wall Street, S&P 500, NVIDIA, all of these large corporations, all of these transnational corporations who has benefited from globalization, from moving all of our but no one small business.
Darn. Kathy, we're losing your signal for some reason. Darn it. It's always the devil that interrupts. Kathy Barnett. Well, that's special. I can tell you it's tomorrow evening, 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So with Kathy and her panel, we hope you listen. She's always working hard. I don't know.
I think we might have her back.
Okay. Do we have you back? Sorry, Kathy.
I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. Technical problems.
I am driving. I'm so sorry. I'm always on the road, always moving. But I get to meet with a small group of women who are trying to transform their lives. And so I get to meet with them once a month and have conversations. So I apologize if you're losing me as I'm driving over here to them. I don't know what part you did not hear or what part you did hear.
We got it. I mean, we're always just trying to keep up with you, Kathy. You know what this reminds me of? This kind of when you were back on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania and right early on, and you'd call in and you were in all different parts of the state. So always working so hard, and we really appreciate you. You know I love you, and we can't wait for your special right here on Talk Radio 1210 tomorrow night.
Yeah, 7 to 10 p.m. Thank you so much, Dawn.
Thanks. Have a blessed meeting with your women's group, and we appreciate you. Kathy for Truth, Kathy with a K, Kathy for Truth. Please follow her. I subscribe. I only subscribe to I think 2 different, subscriptions on social media. Kathy's is one of them. Highly recommend it. She just, Kathy. We love her. Great heart, but great energy, and she's always busy. She is a mom on the move. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break, and on the other side, get some of your thoughts on all of this. And, there's more breaking news. Got to talk about my friends from Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You've heard me talk about them for years now. They're awesome. But right now, Chapman, they're currently offering 15% off James Hardie fiber cement siding as well as CertainTeed vinyl siding. And it's not just for the curb appeal. It creates that protective barrier, and that's against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've always got you covered. They have more than 30 years experience, and they always go the extra mile. I can vouch for the Chapman difference. There is a difference, and so you want to check in with Chapman when it comes to your home, and they're going to work with you, of course. Don't put this off. Check them out. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. You can call, you can text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, so 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour online. That's where you can begin. Look at the before and the after photos, kind of get you fired up. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
DNK Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. DNK Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. DNK Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit DNK Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Updating you on all the latest, and there's so much to talk about locally, nationally, statewide. Remember the primary in Pennsylvania tomorrow. We did have Democrats debating last night in North Jersey, and then tomorrow night is the Republicans' turn at their chance at a debate. That's for New Jersey. But as far as what's going on tomorrow, that's the primary in Pennsylvania. And so what does that look like? And I do have to wonder sometimes if for anybody in law enforcement or pro-law enforcement, does that help with what would normally be a very low turnout? Does the fact that you have this trial of former officer Mark Dial happening, and Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, Mark Fu on social media, he'll be calling in and check with us, let us know how that court proceeding, they're just in the jury selection right now. But does that mobilize people who are pro-law enforcement or law enforcement officers themselves, and is that enough to challenge the incumbent DA Larry Krasner? Generally speaking, once you've been an incumbent, this would be the third time in. So once you're an established incumbent, it's hard. Let's face it, it's hard to overturn any incumbent. And so if former Judge Dugan could possibly overturn this thing and be Krasner, would that then, of course, this is being watched on the national stage because Krasner's one of those DAs, much like in L.A., and across the country, where you saw progressive DAs losing. They got primaried by their fellow Democrats. So we're just watching that. I'll put that question out there, 855-839-1210. A lot of other local stories and local news. By the way, I should have mentioned, as far as J.D. Vance and that segment where I was talking about him, remember with J.D. Vance that he was invited to the inaugural of Pope Leo. And so now we have the latest this morning that in the meeting between Pope Leo XIV and Vice President Vance, he passed along a letter, the Pope did the Vice President did, a letter from Trump and the First Lady extending their warm wishes to Pope Leo and inviting the Pope to the White House. And so that was one of the many things that Caroline Leavitt had announced in her briefing this morning. But just want to point that out, what the look is here with J.D. Vance, why the left fears him so much. Because he's this, you think of hillbilly elegy, somebody who was a Democrat, who was raised in a depressed area in Ohio, and somebody who's a man of faith, who is Catholic, so the first of his kind, if you will, now meeting with the Pope and bringing the Pope and Trump together. And this is one more reason that I will say the left media either just omits J.D. Vance. They would like to ignore him. Sometimes they can't. And so otherwise they will take pot shots at him. That's really, when you look at any point where J.D. Vance is interviewed, and it does not matter who interviews him. They could be the furthest left, the furthest progressive. He's able to charm them in real time. Do you know how difficult that is? He's so eloquent. He's calm. He comes off as downright sweet. And so he just is so patient. And he explains things in such a way, and it's so authentic that they can't really refute him. And when they begin to interrupt him repeatedly, they begin to look like the meanie or the jerk. And they're worried about their own presence as well. That's what's going on with J.D. Vance.
I
so
do have
watch for more hit pieces.
I do have a video of him meeting Pope Leo, if you want to see that.
We want to see him with this meeting. This is very important.
YouTube.com/@12 from WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications. Here you go.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good. So good to see you. Welcome. A couple of things. First of all, this is a letter from the President and First Lady inviting you to come to. You have many things to do, but wanted to make sure I gave that letter. At some point, yeah. Of course. So this, of course, is Chicago Bears jersey, which you can probably imagine.
He's born in Chicago.
We're extremely excited about.
Hope Leo is.
Bye. Thank you, and we'll pray for you.
Thank you for being here for the celebration.
Yes.
I'm sure we will meet again and be in contact.
Okay, fantastic.
Pope Leo says, I'm sure we will meet again. But here you have them, and this is the first American Pope, along with the first, I believe the first Catholic, because he was a convert, first Catholic vice president, two men, the first of their kind. And what's the first thing J.D. Vance does? Hands Pope Leo a letter. President Trump and First Lady Melania invite you to the White House, and there's this nice cordial back and forth. And, any Cubs, the Cubbies uniform, he's a Cubbies fan. We, of course, have ties to Pope Leo in this area, Villanova and Delco, and a lot of different ties here. So this is, again, it's a wonderful look, I think, as we think about faith. And this Pope, although there are some who want to say, oh, he's a progressive Pope, came out again talking about pro-life. So we'll see. Just let it all play out, shall we? 855-839-1210 is the number to call.
J.D. Vance is going viral now for a clip. He spoke on, I don't know if it's Air Force One or whatever what plane he's on, but he spoke about Biden's cancer diagnosis. You want to hear that, Dawn?
Sure.
Speaking of Joe Biden, sir, do you have any thoughts on his diagnosis?
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, of course, we wish the best for the former president's health. And, it sounds pretty serious, but hopefully he makes the right recovery. Like, I will say, whether the right time to have this conversation is now or at some point in the future, we really do need to be honest about whether the former president was capable of doing the job. And that's no, that you can separate the desire for him to have the right health outcome with the recognition that whether it was doctors or whether there were staffers around the former president, I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people. And that's not politics. That's not because I disagreed with him on policy. That's because I don't think that he was in good enough health. In some ways, I blame him less than I blame the people around him. And why didn't the American people have a better sense of his health picture? Why didn't the American people have more accurate information about what he was actually dealing with? This is serious stuff. And this is the guy who carries around the nuclear football for the world's largest nuclear arsenal. This is not child's play, and we can pray for good health, but also recognize that if you're not in good enough health to do the job, you shouldn't be doing the job. Okay.
So several doctors speaking out as well, more than several, many doctors speaking out saying, and we played some of them earlier this morning multiple times on Kale and Company, and that was that they said it's inconceivable that former President Joe Biden's aggressive form of prostate cancer went undetected by his medical team. You're talking about so many doctors, a total of 24 people make up the medical team of the U.S. president. And so he's 82 years young, and he was diagnosed Friday officially, but we received the statement on Sunday, yesterday, after doctors had found that small nodule on his prostate. I had reported that to you earlier, right? And so the cancer cells did spread to the bone. That was the announcement that we got. So my suspicion is that it was at a certain level. They've known about it, and that then it was elevated during this particular checkup. I believe the checkup was here in Philadelphia. I believe at UPenn, that was one of the stories that I had heard. So the only good thing is, we were talking about earlier on our YouTube chat, the only good piece of this, I will say to you, is that it raises the level of awareness about cancer and how curable cancer is. It's not a death sentence. So on one hand, obviously there's a huge push for transparency. And this was, I believe, one of the just another scandal or cover up, if you will. But I know everybody loves to, it's low hanging fruit is what I'm going to say. It's low hanging fruit to blame the first lady, to blame the wife. Okay, fine. But what I'm saying when I talk about this is an actual government scandal. These are government officials. These are elected officials and people who worked for us, we the people. We were paying them. And how many people knew? They had to have known. They had to have known all of this. When you look at the HER report and you look at the cancer diagnosis or the cancer finding, come on, man. I simply think that this is a horrible scandal that we can have zero tolerance for. And if this were a Republican administration to this level of a cover-up within a White House, in other words, the White House workers, the Biden administration, we need to hold them accountable. We cannot let this go. So stop with the First Lady stuff. The reason I'm saying that... Come on, man. Yes. The reason I'm saying that is there's really no way to hold a non-elected... It's the First Lady, okay? So you can blame whatever you want to do, but the consequence of a cover-up like this is serious. We should take it seriously. And there should be a full probe. So we wish, certainly, as I said, President Trump and First Lady Melania and many others, officials and all of us, saying our prayers are with you. We hope for a quick recovery. We're sorry to hear that it has metastasized and gone into the bone. But cancer diagnosis is no longer a death sentence. Thank God for all of the advances. And so we certainly hope you make a quick recovery. And I'm quoting President Trump and First Lady Melania as well. So we hope he gets better, but we hope that we have more transparency and we figure out with this cover up who knew, when did they know, etc. And they need to be punished. I mean, there's no better way to say this, that they were part of a cover up. They were part of a scandal. Should there be criminal charges? I don't know, but let's investigate, shall we? 855-839-1210, the number to call. We'll take a quick break and be right back.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The breaking news of happening in Philadelphia, a couple of things going on right now. We have these hearings on public transit, a lot of public transit news, right? So we have that going on in Philadelphia with hearings as to how to pay for it as we're going broke. We have, speaking of that, we have the transit strike, and that's more impacting New Jersey, but certainly impacting us, as hundreds of thousands of commuters were told, well, you got to zoom it in one more day. And then tomorrow, which is the biggest commuter day post-COVID, obviously, but tomorrow looks like the trains will be up and running to through New Jersey. So we've got that as well. And then we have President Trump on this high-stakes phone call looking to make some progress for peace. And this call between Putin and Zelensky. So we'll wait for all of that in the swirl. And then, of course, jury selection underway. We'll look for a call or an update from some of our friends in law enforcement in the courtroom this morning, as he's no longer the officer involved, no longer charged with first-degree murder. That was thrown out. So then the DA's office went back and charged Officer Mark Dial third-degree murder in that traffic stop that turned tragic. So we've got all of that swirling. President Trump over the weekend had said that he would, in fact, speak to Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So that one's going on today, and I think that's going to be one of the big stories out of this.
What happens if he says Vlad on the phone?
Excuse me? Vlad and Volod.
Oh, okay.
Vlad and Volod.
Do you think they both respond to Vlad, though?
Or Vlad and Volo. I know, it's just... No, in all seriousness, can you imagine if he could, coming off of all of that business being created and that historic trip to the Middle East, it comes off of that into Monday morning, where now it looks like the big, beautiful bill, it looks like, I would say the odds are that it's going to get through the House. And then can you only imagine if he could get this end, give hope for an ending to this deadly 3-year long war? Oh my goodness. That would be incredible, would it not? It would be absolutely incredible. It's also primary day, so a heads up, and I know we want to get to some of the calls, 855-839-1210. Since one of our callers is from Abington, I will say in Abington, one of the things that you're looking at, it's very unusual because there's a a hope for a new new middle school, I should say, in Abington. This is Montgomery County. And voters are going to decide whether or not to approve that $285 million to build a new middle school. This is a referendum vote. So I was looking up the stats of referendums. You don't see this often, but the odds are against, just in general, any referendum. So only 2 out of 20 over the last 20 years have been successful and have passed. So that's a ballot question that you're going to see in Abington for primary day. Please make sure that you get out and vote in every election. What did they say, that you're 4 out of 4? You know, we've talked about that. So you have a perfect voting record. Let's get to Martin in Abington. Since you're in Abington.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Martin. Are you going to be voting tomorrow? Are you going to go to the polls? Good. Yeah, because you have an important referendum there.
So I'd like to do a little more research on where the money is going to come from.
Smart.
Because I'm always suspicious. Yeah, but I did want to say what's happening with the president is you're right. This is a big thing that we're not getting. The reporting in this country is so awful at this point that we don't know anything, and people don't trust their government. And it's starting to get me frustrated because I'm a conservative, and when I want conservatives to answer straight and clear. And recently I've seen like Kristi Noem refuse to answer questions before the Congress. To me, that's 10 years in jail. When I hear Kennedy refuse to answer, these are our people. When he refuses to answer questions, 10 years in jail, contempt of Congress. When I hear the head of the FBI refuse to answer questions, the same. People in this country want people to answer questions. This president has been very sick for a long time. And by the way, I'm very unhappy that for a long time they've been insulting him. My mother had Alzheimer's. Mm-hmm. My father died of prostate cancer. Yeah. And I'm glad that it doesn't seem like the first press conference they're going to be saying hairless Joe instead of sleepy Joe. I'm sick of the insults. Yeah. This is not who we are. Yeah. I've been sick of the insults for months. Me too. If anybody insulted my mother like that, they'd be spitting their teeth out. Yeah. All right? Yeah. And I've been sick of it. And we have got to change. We are not being open and above board, and we are not being nice. Mm-hmm. Be nice. And I was, excuse me?
No, I always say that. Let's be nice. Let's have a conversation. And
I know you do.
And you know what I will say to you, Martin? It's low-hanging fruit, right? It's like being a fifth grade kid and making fun of other kids. And, you know, there's one, all you need in that playground, right, is one kid who just goes up and goes, hey, knock it off. And then the others will follow. That's right. And so I believe that. Right. Look to the issues. We got to go because I have a great journalist speaking. Thank you, Martin. I have a great journalist, award-winning journalist, who is an investigator and does the work, does the due diligence. You want to hear what Emily Kopp has uncovered, and she specifically focuses on medical news. So we'll hear from Emily Kopp coming right up.
Tariffs have made the stock market more volatile than ever before. Now, a trade war and potential recession are adding to the growing list of threats, chipping away at your retirement nest egg.
Joe Greco, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2012. I don't miss being in the stock market at all. The stock market is too volatile, and my Crash Proof Retirement system continues to grow. I can sleep at night without worrying about how the stock market is doing today or tomorrow or next week. You can never lose in Crash Proof your principal nor your interest. Even though the market is down by, I don't even know what the percentage is, I'm not losing anything while my friends are.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
A lot of medical news headlining today, of course, with word of and reaction to the diagnosis with cancer, advanced cancer, with former President Joe Biden. But there is other medical news as well, and that brings us to investigative reporter at the Daily Caller News Foundation, Emily Kopp, who does a great job and covered the origins of COVID-19 biosafety. And remember, her investigative work had earned high praise. Turned out Emily was right about everything. And even the NYT, even the New York Times, had basically admitted that Emily was right. So now Emily's writing about the new head of Anthony Fauci's former institute, what's going on there, as well as other issues. Emily Kopp, thanks for joining me here on The Dawn Show this morning. Hey, Emily.
Great to be on. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Hey, so tell me what you're writing about. And this is the NIH, and many people may say, phew, that Anthony Fauci got rid of him, and you're doing investigative work as far as who is still there.
Right. I think this story is a vivid illustration of the shark-filled waters of the Washington swamp, and it turns out we've still got some major swamp creatures swimming around. And this new head of Fauci's old institute at the NIH, the NIAID, he's a lot like the old head. He's a lot like Fauci. He's a strong advocate for gain-of-function research, has been his entire career. And more recently, I'm talking within a week of getting his new job, he was accused of cronyism, having helped direct a whopping $500 million in taxpayer funding towards a vaccine prototype for which he owns a patent. His name is Jeffrey Tobenberger, and he made his bones in the field of infectious diseases, not with research that has any direct practical applications to human health, but by reviving the 1918 pandemic influenza from an Alaskan corpse preserved in permafrost. And his entire career has been marked by this work, and he has stated his ambition to do similar work with other pre-1918 pandemic flus. So this is, a paragon of gain-of-function research, and he's at Fauci's old institute, heading Fauci's old institute at a time when all of the people with popular support in these appointed positions are promising to end gain-of-function research.
Yeah, and so a lot of times you look at this, and when you're talking about this, as far as digging this up from the past, and you think to yourself, what could possibly go wrong? And so we're grateful to you, Emily Kopp, for revealing this to us. But do you feel that the Trump administration in general, HHS, that they're not aware of this, that it's not on their radar? And have you reached out to them to get reaction to what you're uncovering?
Yeah, I have DM'd Jay my story and made him aware that this is NIH Director Dave Bhattacharya. He is in the midst of this process of finalizing the language on what I believe he hopes will be a ban on gain-of-function research. So Trump signed this executive order a couple weeks ago that was reported to be a ban on gain-of-function research. It actually, if you look at the language of the EO, states that they're initiating a 4-month, 120-day clock on finalizing the language of new guidance around gain-of-function research. And the concern is that you've got sort of a NIH swamp creature in this position of influence at this very delicate time where they're beginning to hammer out this policy that they hope will end up with a gain-of-function research ban. But the history of gain-of-function research has been one of agencies, namely NIH, being able to drill these massive loopholes into whatever guidance or regulation there is. And I'm worried that that will happen again with this gain-of-function advocate at this very influential position. He might be telling his bosses, hey, I've totally changed my mind, but what my story showed is that he was advocating for gain-of-function research as late as December 2022. When COVID first emerged near a high-security lab in Wuhan in 2020, he was actually writing papers saying there's no way this thing is engineered, it's definitely natural, and was working with friends of Peter Daszak, this guy who was a Wuhan Institute of Virology collaborator, to downplay the possibility that the pandemic could have started from a lab. So I'm sure, for political expediency, he's telling his bosses that he's totally changed, he's had a revelation on gain-of-function research. As a close observer, I'm skeptical, deeply skeptical of that. So.
And I saw that you reposted, for example, over the weekend, Jimmy Tobias. He was posting his recent Freedom of Information request that he received, or the release that he received after his request from the FBI and the COVID origins. And of course, like half of it is all blacked out.
Right.
This is really your wheelhouse, Emily. You have spent so much time investigating the origins of COVID and everything we know. And then how would you relate that or tie this all together with what's happening now and your earlier statement that, the swamp creatures still exist?
It's a source of frustration, definitely, that it seems like we have these upstart transformers, renegades, as Kennedy called himself, in the top jobs, but you still have all of these career bureaucrats in positions where they can throw sand in the gears. And at FBI and at NIH too, we have not seen some massive transformation of the FOIA offices where now they're just throwing documents at us and we can see everything for ourselves and it's all unredacted. You would expect, at an FBI led by Kash Patel that they would be super transparent, but some of the same bureaucrats are still at the FOIA offices. And at my former employer, U.S. Right to Know, they're currently litigating over emails related to this guy, David Morenz, longtime Fauci aide, longtime friend of Peter Daszak, the Wuhan Institute of Virology collaborator. He's apparently got hundreds of emails where he's discussing things relevant to the origins of COVID. This guy also came under bipartisan criticism at a congressional hearing last year because they unearthed via subpoena an email where he said he would delete any smoking guns, quote unquote. So not exactly a criminal genius, but we would like to see, what they were discussing. He's someone at the center of this controversy, but NIH continues to drag its feet and continues to not release documents even under this new administration. So what I put in my story is that you have leaders who obviously can't oversee every little detail, every little FOIA. Mm-hmm. Their rhetoric is not being matched by the actions of the career bureaucrats. And maybe that'll take some time, but I am hopeful that we'll see more declassified information related to the origins of COVID. Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, has said that she has instituted a working group where they're going to look at what they can declassify related to a bunch of different topics, including the origins of COVID. So it's frustrating that it's not happening at the pace that I would like, but I remain a little bit optimistic that we'll continue to see new documents there.
Yeah, and in this, it's a terrific article. So I know that it just came out over the weekend, and it's that time of year, graduations and a lot going on, and first, confirmations and everything. But the headline to it by Emily Kopp is Doc who revived the zombie virus from frozen corpse now has the keys to Fauci's old agency. And so very concerning, obviously, as we think about this. For you, I hear disappointment in your voice for maybe RFK Jr. or that side, but I hear also in your voice that maybe there are others who you think are more, I don't know, whether it's the nature of their agency or their ability to be a little more flexible, such as Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, is your frustration just the bureaucracy that's normal, or is the frustration aimed at certain high-profile individuals who are moving a little slowly here?
I think if there continues to be a lack of transparency, my frustration will trickle up. But currently, as I write in my story, I think the fact that this gain-of-function advocate was appointed to be the acting head of this critical agency at a critical time, I think it was an oversight, and I think it was Jay trusting the wrong people. And I think it is an illustration of even people who want major transformative change still, brush up against this Washington bureaucracy. So that's where my frustration is currently. And I think because the story of the, COVID origins was so poorly covered in the mainstream media, there hasn't been a lot of accountability for some of the bureaucrats who were responsible, including Tobenberger, this guy I wrote about, but others in the intel community also, who probably continue to have an influence over policy. And I think that's where the responsibility falls on me to keep reporting on this stuff and keep calling for accountability, so that those people so if they continue to have an influence on public policy, that at least we know who they are and what they were responsible for during the pandemic. So that's sort of a roundabout answer, but my frustration currently is with the bureaucracy. But, if we talk in 6 months and things still haven't changed, I'll probably have a different answer. So,
and what's your coverage as far as, and part of this, I think, even with COVID and stories like this one, right? That in essence, what I see more than ever in my lifetime, people who, for those basic immunizations, not vaccines, because there's an actual difference between something like a shot, like a flu shot, and something that's an immunization that people get with their kids that wipes out like bad diseases. But there's a tie, we could say, to these kinds of, investigative pieces like yours in restoring the trust of people in our institutions in general, but especially to trust your doctor, to trust a hospital, to trust, let's say, an immunization. And so when you look at that, as you look, especially with regards to vaccines, where is your reporting on that situation? I know you've reported a lot with regard to COVID.
Yeah, so I think to your point about trust, COVID was a good case study that people don't like to be lectured to and told what to think. We need transparency and communication, and people require risk-benefit analyses, not just you have to do this. So I think there's going to be a hearing this week on Wednesday led by Senator Ron Johnson on some of the concerns around the COVID vaccine. So I'll definitely be attending that. And I think it's something to continue to watch. We have to learn from COVID. I mean, there were so many mistakes made, but I think there are lots of lessons to be gleaned too. And around the COVID origins issue and the vaccine issue, clearly the way to persuade people in one direction or the other is not a lecture or telling them what to think. It's presenting all of the evidence. And I don't think that the mainstream media has gotten that message yet. But certainly organizations like mine, that's what we seek to do at all times. So
last question. I saw that you wrote a piece, and I think this is a common ground type piece. A lot of people didn't realize until it was reported about the testing on beagles, on the dogs, and that Dr. Jay Bhattacharya had finally closed the last beagle lab. I'm an animal lover. I assume you are, but I think most of us, longtime dog lover and all that good stuff. This one, I don't see anybody who says, oh, this is a bad idea. I think more people were surprised that beagles are they the number one dog that was being experimented, or one of the top dogs? I think people didn't know. I think did people know this?
I don't think so. I don't think it was able to get traction until I think COVID, revealed that these revered health institutions like the NIH were filled with people who were not necessarily making decisions in the public interest. And my understanding is that beagles are chosen because they are particularly docile and sweet and eager to please their owners, which is pretty disturbing to think about. I'm definitely an animal lover. Mm-hmm. My dog Olive is half German Shepherd, half Hound. So whenever I read those stories, I think of her. But I think our science has advanced to such a degree, and there are new technologies coming online where animal testing is becoming more and more irrelevant. But what we've seen, this comes back to what we were talking about as far as the Washington bureaucracy. I think within NIH, you have people who have their little fiefdoms, and they have the way they've always done things, and this is how they've made their bones and how they've made their name in the scientific community to do things one way, or because they have this powerful lab and they've always done it this way. And so there's a lot of, there's no momentum towards newer technologies. I think a lot of the incentives, as Kennedy has said very often, there are a lot of perverse incentives within NIH to keep things the way they always were. And I think COVID disillusioned a lot of people, and so now there's this new opportunity to move towards the new technologies that make cruel animal testing a thing of the past, and that's really exciting.
Thank God.
So,
Emily Kopp, thank you so much. We'll look forward to your coverage coming up this Wednesday. Emily Kopp, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. And she wrote, by the way, and I love this follow-up that she had written, that until, a few weeks ago, basically, a longtime NIH official had defended those experiments on dogs, the beagles, as it were. But good for this administration, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, for shutting down the last doggy experiment lab on beagles. Shame. What a sin. All right, around the corner, we're going to check in with one of our courtroom observers, our own Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, who's there. And this is for the day one, the jury selection of that trial of a Philadelphia policeman. So we'll get to that right around the corner.
Pleasant conditions continue starting off the work week. We'll see plenty of sunshine today. High temperature right near average at 76. It will be a chilly night tonight, mostly clear, low 52 for the city and some 40s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, another nice day with plenty of sunshine, a bit cooler with a high 72.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New Jersey Transit has reached a deal with engineers to end the strike, but trains won't start rolling again until Tuesday. You can weigh in on SEPTA's doomsday budget proposal during public hearings today and tomorrow. And Tuesday is also the PA primary election, where Philadelphia's next district attorney will likely be chosen.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
So many proceedings around the region. We have an accused fire starter in court. He's speaking out. That was that, thousands of acres burning in New Jersey. That's a court appearance. We have in Delaware County the so-called Delco pooper or Delco defecator road rage situation. That person in court. And here in Philadelphia, the day before the primary among Democrats, Dugan challenging the incumbent Krasner, we have this trial with jury selection underway. And this is a Philadelphia police officer, Mark Dial, 29 years young, the same age, by the way, as the person who tragically was shot in that situation. But he's facing third-degree murder charges in the death of Eddie Irizarry back in the summer of 2023. So we have Sergeant Mark Fuzzetti, who's here. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hey, Dawn, how you doing?
I'm good. I just thank you for calling in. So I know that, as is tradition, and in the past, I know the last time this was in court, last summer, and the first-degree murder charges against Officer Dial, they were thrown out, and many officers often, go to court to support the officer. But can you give us a glimpse inside what's going on with jury selection today?
Yeah, so during jury selection, nobody's allowed in there, so no one will know what's happening behind closed doors, which they're still doing. But yeah, his family was there. There was a lot of cops. I think only a few reporters. But again, first day, I believe they're trying to get a jury before the afternoon. But anything can happen. So that's where they're kind of at right now.
But oftentimes, like you're saying, everybody's out there and trying to be supportive of the family, the officer. Am I right here? And with law enforcement just showing support, and last summer it was inside the courtroom. We saw that, people crying, erupting, and just thankful that the first degree charges were dropped. Then Krasner goes back and recharges him with the third degree. For this one, what's the impact on law enforcement just to have a officer like this on trial? It's not, I will tell you in my career, of course, just like every profession, whether it's, probably journalists, maybe nowadays people would say in my chosen profession, there's a bigger percentage of bad apples. But, in every profession, like we say, doctors, lawyers, what have you, with law enforcement, of course, there are some bad cops, let's say. But I think that in this case, what I have perceived in this one, and the first degree was dropped, there was a lot of support for this particular officer. What it feels like from my sources, friends, family, and law enforcement is that this is going after law enforcement for headlines, that it's popular in certain communities.
Absolutely. So make no mistake about it. The first-degree murder was to punish Officer Dial at the time, because in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, first-degree murder is a mandatory in jail. There's no bail. So that was the strategy. And Krasner knew it would take time to get in front of the courts, in front of a judge, till finally, where his own office had to say, all right, we're withdrawing the first-degree murder, because everybody, including Krasner, knew it's not first-degree murder. It's just nonsense. But what this creates is an environment for cops on the street that want to go out, that want to do their job, that want to come home safe. Now they have to question themselves. If I use deadly force in a situation where I believe it is necessary or even justified, am I going to be prosecuted, my life uprooted, ruined because of who's in office right now? Which is why tomorrow is so important for everybody to vote for Pat Dugan tomorrow, Judge Dugan. But this is the problem cops face today. That's why there are countless officers leaving. They are trying to get out of the city because they don't want to be a cop under this person for that reason. It is dangerous enough to be a cop in Philadelphia. It's 10 times harder to have the top prosecutor, the top law enforcement officer, which is the district attorney, being against you on everything you do or second guessing you. That's the stress a lot of these officers face today. And it's not fair. It's not right.
Yeah. And so in this one, let me ask you something. If you're trying to make a traffic stop, and this one, the police were called in and these were uniformed officers, it was very obvious that the person, and this is tragic, that a mentally ill person, according to his family, ended up being shot. In this case, let me just ask you what the training is as far as if police are called into something, pursuing somebody who ends up going the wrong way up a street and is reaching for something, appears to have some kind of an object. If police just back up and leave that situation and that person goes on then to injure somebody in the public, are police in a position where they would be punished for not protecting?
That's the catch-22. It's, do we just let them go and not do anything? And then what happens? You see these car meetups. You see the city being taken over at night at times of, the weekends where cars just do whatever they want. You see it on the roads. When you say, I'm just not going to do anything, then that just gives it a free pass for everybody that's willing to disobey the law to just do it. And who's that put in jeopardy? The civilians, the everyday person. Had they just let him go and he flew up the one-way street and hit a little girl, guess who's on the news? The cops for not intervening. What happened here was nothing more than a tragedy. It was the cops doing their job. And everything, for people that don't know law enforcement or have no idea the training or the backgrounds of cops, everything that was done by the book properly. And we'll see the videos tonight, because now that it's in court, you'll see them all over again.
Yes.
When Officer Dial and his partner step out of the car, with their guns drawn, that's their decision. Can't tell an officer when or when not to pull out his weapon. And his partner says, and he says it clear as day, Mark, he has an effing gun. That is the same as if I saw the gun. That's the same as if Officer Dial, because your partner is in charge of having your back and saving your life as you are of his or hers. And when they reach in, he looks in, he sees what he believes is a weapon, and just the reaction of firing, retreating for safety, and then immediately rendering aid once the situation was safe. It's a sad situation for the young man that died, but they don't know his mental state beforehand. They don't have that luxury of knowing what everyone knows afterwards. It's a split-second decision. It's a tragic one, but the right one.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you as you're there, and I know you're there for moral support too. So, and I always retweet when you put your son, your son you're so proud of, serving in our military, and I love to see all your updates with your family.
He's home in a couple weeks. June 6th, he's actually on Monday. He will be on American soil. Nice. June 6th will be home.
Thank God. Thank God.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Mark. We love you, and we'll see you
Thanks,
soon.
Dawn.
Thank you so much.
Talk to you soon.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Yes. So there you have it. And if you want to weigh in on it, 855-839-1210. I do. I think these things are, they're devastating. And you have two young men. There's a story to tell here, both 27 years young at the time. And so two young men put in this horrible position. And so I would simply say, look at what led to the situation. And that's as has been said, the root cause. Why is a certain person who clearly needs medication and they're driving, the whole thing is tragic. And I feel for both families, really grieving, if you will, and suffering as they try to, make sense of all of this. So we'll watch for this. I will predict, no matter what the outcome, I will predict for you that a year from now, no matter what happens here, all of this will go away and be thrown out. That's because that's the pattern that I find myself in when these kinds of situations happen. And that's not good for any of us either. By the way, the family of Eddie Irizarry, they filed a civil suit, and I'm sure the city will settle that. And so there is civil remedy in the courts if training or this kind of thing, to make the city accountable. So they filed, I think, a year ago in civil court. 855-839-1210. What other audio did we get? We have
we got a break real quick.
We got a break, but we have two other pieces of audio, two other updates. Be right back.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the markets try at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Tell me something good.
Tell me something good. Got a lot of breaking news right now. I'll begin in New Jersey, by the way, where remember the teenager accused of setting off and starting that huge wildfire that impacted all of us in this area. I mean, you could argue with what happened. There were all these alerts, even if it blew north to New York or south to us. But in a New Jersey courtroom, the teenager appearing, 19-year-old Joseph Kling, and he is being held accountable, accused of not being responsible for extinguishing that bonfire that is blamed for setting off that huge wildfire. NBC 10 caught up with him in court, and here's what 19-year-old Joseph Kling had to say.
You said that you were the first? What happened? Why didn't you put the fire out?
I was the first to leave because my buddy crashed his dirt bike. I was going to take him to Soch down in Manhagan.
So why didn't you put the fire out then?
There was other people there, and I tried.
You did try to put the fire out?
Yes, I did.
How?
I kicked dirt on and everything, had the flame almost out, and then other people were there.
And how many people were there?
Like 16 others. There was 20 in total.
And what did you tell the police?
I told them that there was other people down there. They ignored me, and about 25 minutes later, they let me leave from there.
Specifically, he noted to the police he didn't even ignite the fire, which is the most important factor.
But you are charged with arson, starting the fire. That is one of the allegations. Who started the fire? If you didn't start it, how did the fire start?
He's already given his statement, and it's quite clearly identified in the affidavit of probable cause. The state has had it since his arrest, and as evidenced by the fact that there's a juvenile charge, I'll let the public infer what they mean.
Do you regret having a bonfire there at all that day?
No comment.
So his parents presumably hiring some lawyers to represent him. This is a 19-year-old who faces up to a decade behind bars. And so it would appear that perhaps everybody else in that crowd, if there were, let's say, 16 to 20 people who were still there and they started it, but he's the 19-year-old. And that's in part what I infer, because remember, they did charge a 17-year-old. But when you're the oldest of the group, somebody has to be held accountable, and often the authorities look to the 18-year-old or the 19-year-old, and that's what what he's facing. So NBC 10's Ted Greenberg doing a good job asking the questions there of 19-year-old Joseph Kling, as well as his attorney or attorneys, his legal team. I'm not sure who the woman was, if that's a relative, but I believe the other individual is his attorney. But he's saying, A, I did not start the fire, and B, even though there were a bunch of people still there, I did try to start putting it out. And this at a popular place where the, teenagers, the Utes, they gather for a party, like a bonfire party. So
it's called Soch, right?
Soch.
What was
So very serious. And for those of us with teenagers, we show the video of that young man and say, okay, that's, when you turn 18, boom, you're the one held accountable. Even if there are 50, 15 to 18, you know what I mean? If there are underage people, but you're the only one who has turned 18, 19, you're on the hook. So just a reminder.
Soch.
I know. Soch.
Also, tell your teens to stay inside and don't set up their subwoofers and set up 30 of them and make the entire city go deaf because Steve Keeley over on Twitter.
My former colleague at Fox 29, I put this out as far as, I did put this out on X, reposting it, because Steve is interviewing police about this. They're cracking down, Dan.
And it was nonstop. When I was living in Port Richmond, Dawn, it was just like, and you just hear it nonstop during the summer, just echoing off houses.
Yeah. Oh, believe it or not, even in Chestnut Hill.
Really?
Chestnut Hill, Mount Airy.
All the way out there.
See,
I thought it was coming off the river.
No.
That's crazy. Wow.
So annoying.
Wow.
For a nuisance vehicle that's playing music or other audible sound that's detectable up to 100 feet away. And it's a $2,000 parking ticket.
$2,000. Boom.
How many of those are you writing out here this weekend?
Last weekend, we wrote $54,000 worth of these tickets. I can't tell what we're doing this weekend.
54,000.
54,000. I wrote 18,000 just me.
So you imagine that, especially if the car is still registered in mom and dad's name. Oh, and you get one of those bills. So that particular section was in the hunting park section. Thank you, Sergeant, is it John Callahan, telling Steve Keeley that they're writing these tickets. They're serious about it. $54,000 worth, and that's a good weekend. So $54,000. Hey, maybe our taxes don't have to go up. You know what I'm saying? Offset the property taxes. These little stinkers,
Just
but
fix something everybody wants fixed.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't have to charge for
nice.
Maybe soda tax could go away.
Right? So thanks.
Maybe we wouldn't have to have our starting quarterback pay for air conditioning in our Philadelphia schools.
I know every day I should say that. Do we have the HVAC yet in Philadelphia schools? And I actually think Jalen Hurts, what he paid for, God bless him, they were window units, not even like the full HVAC. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
By the way, a story we followed and kind of predicted, the CEO of CBS News and CBS Media Ventures, Wendy McMahon, embattled, as we knew. She has put out the word that today I am stepping down from my position. She is out of there. She says it has been one of the most meaningful chapters in my career. Leading this extraordinary organization has been the honor of a lifetime because I got to work alongside all of you. So CBS News, and we're seeing the reset button being pushed on some of these news organizations that were deemed had moved too far left, still claimed that they were journalistic organizations. And this as well, CBS, and we'll see if they settle this thing because they've been in this legal battle with President Trump, who accused the network, obviously, of election interference tied to that 60 Minutes interview with then VP Kamala Harris. Remember that whole debacle?
Prime Minister...
Sorry, this is a before and after. First, you're going to hear the actual answer as answered by Kamala, and you're going to hear the edited answer that was sent out by CBS.
Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
And the edited answer?
It seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
All of this unfolded under Ms. McMahon's watch, leading insiders to speculate for many months her job was indeed in jeopardy, and today that came to fruition. Shame. It makes me sad, but I think that they have to be held accountable. Dom Giordano is in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, we have Mike LaRosa, who was the original press secretary for Jill Biden, coming on at 2:30. He was on with Fox and Friends yesterday, and he says they were allergic, direct quote, to transparency.
Allergic?
Yes.
Now, he was a former classmate with our own Nick Cale.
I did not know that.
They graduated high
okay.
school together.
I didn't know that. Okay,
Yes.
I know he's Lehigh Valley, but yeah.
Great Dom show just ahead.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. As I just told Dawn, we have coming on at 2:30. Maybe you saw him on Fox and Friends yesterday. I didn't know he went to school with Nick. That's good. We have Mike LaRosa. He heads up a big Democrat lobbying / communications group, but he was the first communications director for Dr. Jill Biden. And he said yesterday on Fox they were allergic to transparency. dog bites, an usher that was fired. They would scheme for weeks not to have it out there. So I thought he would be excellent to get on to talk about the latest developments. One thing coming out of the whole Biden thing, both the prostate cancer, and we'll play you a little bit of what happened this morning, is John Fetterman. They are using this. Various elements of the Democrat Party, these radicals, indivisible is this group in Pennsylvania, progressive radicals, redundant, Dom, to try to take out Fetterman. They're trying to show now, well, they're not going to let this happen. They wouldn't care if Fetterman rolled in there as long as he hit that button and voted the way that they wanted and shut up about Israel. They hate Israel. They hate Jews. They're anti-Semitic. And Fetterman is a problem. They're saying he has low attendance. He's not holding enough meetings. Really? Look at Joe Biden. How many days did we see a lid put on it? They don't care about any of that. They want Fetterman out because Fetterman is not following the playbook here. That's why they want Fetterman out. So let's start off here with, I think, Ezekiel Emanuel. This will be cut 20. Ezekiel Emanuel, Dr. Emanuel, was on Morning Joe this morning, and they asked him several of these. But now, this is the guy, Rahm Emanuel's brother, who is dead set progressive, but in simple questions, telling us that, yes, Joe Biden, not even probably, had this cancer developing over the course of time. And either they didn't want to do any more testing or they did, and they covered it up. So then why release it yesterday? You know why. They're trying to show their lack of transparency again with something major to cut off the cognitive decline coming out tomorrow. I'm reading several people that have gotten the book talking about it is very explicit chapter and verse. What's the value of the book? You can say we knew all this. You need a public record. This is like testimony. It's day by day. It's a lot of Democrats. Now, they can try to get out of it. Josh Shapiro is one of the targets now because Shapiro said not only was Biden fit to go throughout all this, but that he saw Biden many times. Now he's trying to say today, old Josh, that he, behind the scenes, though, told Biden maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to run. No, Josh. You're on the record. You had to go and do that, didn't you? You couldn't just say, well, I don't see him that much. Oh, no, I see him and he's great. This is the shadow over Democrats right now. A day of reckoning is coming tomorrow. Well, it started today. Here's Ezekiel Emanuel, cut 20, though, Dr. Emanuel explaining how do we get to the Gleason score that's so high in his bones, et cetera? That doesn't happen overnight. Here's what he said.
Zeke, are we operating on, just listening to you and Joe here, trying to figure out what to deduce here, but are we operating on the assumption that President Joe Biden had prostate cancer for at least several years and either did not test for it and then discovered it just now? Is that possible? And would a doctor, a White House doctor and the team, would they agree not to test for that?
Again, if you're a doctor respecting medical ethics, you talk about it with the patient. Do they want this test or not? You talk about the pros and cons. You talk about what the recommendations are of various organizations, including the American Neurological Association, the American Cancer Society. So the ultimate decision is President Biden's. I would say that it is surprising he did not get this test, given the fact that the proclivity of presidential physicians is test more rather than less. And I think it's a little strange. We do know from the population, like I said, 7% of people diagnosed with prostate cancer get it diagnosed at the metastatic moment, when it's already metastatic. So it's not unusual that people can say, no, I don't want the test, or their doctor doesn't recommend it, or they don't get the test for one reason or another.
Grasping at every option here, is it possible he had the test, and can this test miss it?
Given the fact that the answer is, of course, but given the fact that he has an annual exam, Tess is unlikely to miss it. Given the fact that it's a Gleason 9, which means it's pretty wild looking in the sense of underneath it doesn't look like a normal prostate cancer, a prostate cell. It looks like a prostate cancer cell, which looks more atypical. It's not likely that his prostate-specific antigen, his PSA, which is the test we're talking about, would have been in the normal range.
All right, there we go. Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, all right. And there were several. There was another urologist saying, of course, this doesn't happen overnight. So the best supposition is he had it, they knew it at some level, and they just were going on. And we'd be into the next term with all the difficulties that were seen and unseen. So why reveal it on a Sunday? Why do it now? Because they're being advised this will take the heat off of the cognitive stuff, which is going to be released tomorrow. How does it do that? It shows even more cover-up. It shows even more life-threatening cover-up, getting to this level where suddenly it's this bad. That doesn't happen with someone getting this type of health care. It would be elevated. They would know. You wouldn't get to this point in time. This is relatively slow developing. Every doctor out there is saying that. Here is David Axelrod, though. This is cut 19. And the Axe tag it in to say, well, wait a minute. Shouldn't we put a pause? We need another pause now on talking about Biden not knowing anything when he was president and who was actually running the country because he has cancer.
His medical condition now, his announced medical condition now, do you believe that silences or delays a lot of conversations about his, last year and a half of his presidency for now?
Yeah, well, I think those conversations are going to happen, but they should be more muted and set aside for now as he's struggling through this.
Why? Why would they be muted and set aside now as he's struggling through this? They're obviously using it to try to get you to go down that path. They're hoping that this generates some kind of deflection, some kind of sympathy, when it's even more of a cover-up. We have the Heard tapes now, how they went after her, who was a great prosecutor. We talked about him, how bad Biden was in answering questions on that. So we'll talk with Mike LaRosa. I'm going to play you a cut. Yesterday, he was on Fox and Friends. He is Jill Biden's former, Dr. Jill Biden's press secretary. Here's what he said it was like early on. He was working with Dr. Jill, not even with the president. They were allergic to transparency.
If you only knew how hard it was. I mean, this was a group in the White House who were allergic to transparency. And I go back to and I'm just talking about just in the East Wing. I mean, the very first day walking into the White House, the usher was fired, and I couldn't get reporters straight answers because nobody would give me straight answers.
He talked about the dog bites, remember all that stuff? Even stuff like that, there were no answers. So what were they doing to cover this up? And obviously, as we've said, there are several people speculating on the 4 or 5 people who actually crave this power. Ron Klain is one, the former chief of staff, and probably Dr. Jill, that were actually running the country. So there's going to be a full investigation in the House, up and down the line. I think there could be criminal behavior here. The auto pen, the pardons in question. It's all in question. So what's their bailout? Their bailout is to announce that he has cancer. Severe, aggressive. Why? You heard Axelrod, that deflects. Can't we just move past this? Can't we pause this for a while? It is one of the most, Watergate doesn't come close to what was done here. It really doesn't, because the question is, who was running the country? And we're not talking for a few months. We're talking for 2, 3, 4 years or more. Well, 4-year term, but prior to him even becoming president, who was doing this? He got lucky because of COVID. He could stay in there. We didn't see him as much. When we did see him, it was bad. Wall Street Journal has a guy who was covering him today, a big article. Joe Biden was unfit in 2020. Now, I take his meaning cognitive decline. I've always think Joe Biden was a dope, a stone cold dope. Maybe that's why they had trouble with it. But imagine going after Fetterman now to show they're credible after what Biden's gotten away with. Coming up, I'll give you the side question, but an outfit called More Than the Curve. Let me see, is that the Conshohocken Curve? Yes. Well, Conshohocken's mentioned in here, so I guess it's White Marsh Township. More Than the Curve is a Conshohocken Curve. Headline, WPHT, Talk Radio Philadelphia, 1210 a.m. should be embarrassed by its White Marsh 4th of July parade coverage. And they begin with me. I have to get my Rand McNally out to satisfy these people. I may have been off by 1/100th of a decimal point about Flowertown and White Marsh. All right, so I'll explain. Nice shot, guys. Just put the times I'm on there when you when you do this. Yeah, and I was speculating, was the parade held on Bethlehem Pike or Stenton Avenue or, various big roads out there? I was unclear on that. That's what we do when we're talking about this. But I'll give you a little bit of the, it's like being attacked by the Wall Street Journal. The More Than the Curve crew. We should be embarrassed. They throw Nick in because of what his theory was of who might be involved in this. With me, though, it seems to be mainly my map reading is a bit off here. Sort of, a little bit off. All right, 855-839-1210. So watching our buddy Scott Jennings the other night, and we have a woman strategist that was on that has an answer to what she would take. It's revealed that Harvard thought they had a copy of the Magna Carta. Instead, they actually have one of the originals. We don't know how many originals, to be sure. So we thought we'd ask today, give us either a document, an artifact, even a prop, like a movie prop. But think of the documents, think of the artifacts that are out there. And we'd like you to wow us. Think of one outside the box. Now, I'll take the Constitution off. Notice I didn't say the U.S. Constitution. There's only one Constitution that matters. All those others, give me a break. The ruby slippers, to give you an example. And I would say it's kind of an artifact. I certainly would like, I didn't clear it with Roe, but I'd like to put it in the back of the house. The Rizzo statue. That's exactly right. That's a giant artifact. I told you last week, we know that negotiations are underway. And we may see the release of the Rizzo statue. I can't say where they're trying to put it yet. We'll let you know the instant it happens. I'm very, very hopeful you're going to see Frank Rizzo out there again in Philadelphia. It'll be a bright and sunny day. All right, so hit us with one of those three. You do it at 855-839-1210. So, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I'll take off a few to start here. I'll take off the low-hanging fruit to start. How about with a lightsaber? I know people are going to call in and be like, oh, my gosh, who wouldn't want a lightsaber? And that's very true. Who wouldn't want a lightsaber? We could only wish that it was actually working and we could actually have some lightsaber fights, but beggars can't be choosers. Another one I'm going to take off is, how about the historic home run ball from last season that Shohei Ohtani hit into the stratosphere to complete his 50-50 season? That's 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases. And then the other one I'm going to take off here, it's a bit of an outside-the-box one. I'm going to take off The Note. The Note is from the hit reality show Jersey Shore, in which Snooki and Jaywell wrote an anonymous letter to Sammy detailing all the times that Ronnie had been cheating on her behind her back.
Quite an artifact.
It became quite a turning point in the show, so I have to take off that as my artifact.
All right, so phone lines. We took a lot, but there's a million of them out there. Make your case, so it's got to be good today. This is wide berth. 855-839-1210. And the Biden cover-up continues by, look, they'll use anything. They'll even use this level of cancer, hold that card back, Joe, then announce it when we need it, essentially bleeding into the Monday, the day before, the big reveal in the book. which I've seen on Twitter, etc. It's not one of those things you can say, well, we already knew that. We did. We documented it. They covered it up. Vast numbers of people. This takes you inside, though, and the nuggets of it. The color, it's like a play-by-play of this versus just saying he shouldn't have been president, didn't know what he was doing. No. This is much better. This is going to drag on, and it indicts people like Josh Shapiro, who stood up and said, I see him many times. He's great. And this was pretty late in this. So no escaping for Josh Shapiro. I mean, that's a damage here. It's a damage they deserve going forward. Finally, a day of reckoning. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There was no fees taken out of what we made, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, you're with Dom. Here's a little bit of what we're talking about in Artifact. This was CNN, Scott Jennings' show, and this is Republican strategist Erin McGuire. Here's what she said her most coveted artifact is. Cut 2.
Okay, Erin.
Yes, mine is an iconic Real Housewives of Beverly Hills item, the blue bunny that Kim Richards gave back to Lisa Rinna. If you know anything about Bravo TV, you know that this is an iconic item that has traveled the country on BravoCon and lives in the Clubhouse with Andy Cohen. If Andy Cohen ever wants to give up the Blue Bunny, I would gladly give her a place to live. Iconic.
That thing is probably worth a lot.
Oh, I would. Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
Our
no,
Housewives fans would spend to buy that. Yes.
That is more than an artifact. That's an heirloom.
All right, so we're looking for that, or it could be a movie prop, or it could be a document like the Constitution, Magna Carta. There are a lot of them out there. Get in early. Hit us with that. Here is a little bit from our friends over at More Than the Curve. Headline, WPHT Talk Radio Philadelphia, 12:10 a.m. Boy, that's a lot of titles. Should be embarrassed by its White March 4th of July parade coverage. They go after Nick because of the theory that maybe it's the usual mob, the Gaza mob protesters that might disrupt. But they go after me by saying WPHT's Dom Giordano doesn't seem to know that a good bit of Flowertown is in White Marsh Township. They say maybe half. All right. I didn't have my Rand McNally out, and I said, well, Flowertown and White Marsh abut each other. You know, we were talking about the big tournament there, the Truist tournament, how they were able to do that. The police chief didn't have anything to say about it. So, yeah, Flowertown is inside of what is a township. Okay. They go on to say, though, that we had someone on, a listener, encouraging everyone listening to sign the petition, meaning also people outside White Marsh Township, which is exactly the thing those concerned about the parade's cancellation should want. It is a White Marsh issue. No, buddies over there, it's more than a White Marsh issue. Okay, here we go again with progressives setting off, triggering something that we here, even Cheltenham, might consider now. The reason it's a broader issue, you know why. You know why we brought it up. Why I brought it up. It's an example of progressive think. It's an example of what they do. Here's a perfectly innocuous parade. No threats. There's no threat in any way, shape, or form. Not even credible threat. There's no threat. And they just cancel it because they feel like. So, yes, I'm going to be there on Thursday. Why do I think it's broader than White Marsh? We went through this. The people that are out there all across the country, these progressives, be they on school boards, town councils like this, Congress, whatever. This is very reminiscent of the nonsense around COVID. Shutting down on another holiday again, 4th of July, something that people apparently really like, and it's only a mile stretch, apparently. Coming up with, well, we can't defend that. Look at what's going on around the world. More and more reasons that life can't go on, that we can't be unfettered of government. So they're going to do a presentation. I plan to be there. I'll bring you the sound. Thursday night, I believe it's 6:30, the elementary school over in Flowertown, Colonial. I don't have it in front of me. Let me pull that out, the name of the elementary school. And they're going to do a presentation indicating why this is necessary, with no credible threats, nothing. And we're an embarrassment. They begin this piece by saying, if you listen to local talk radio, you know it's not very good. That's never more apparent than when they discuss something local to you and you realize the host have no idea what they're talking about. The controversy, they say, to recap, the supervisors canceled the parade based on a security study that was supported by the chief of police. What the hell are you talking about? What security study? So, More Than the Curve, based upon what I know, looking at this, but I might be, my Rand McNally might be off here. If you can't do that parade in White Marsh, then most, if not all of these parades should all be canceled if you're right. A security study. And it's a mile. What did it indicate? Well, I guess it indicated that if somebody wanted to, they could do damage to the people in the parade. Well, we know that. What security study? What is it with this chief of police? In other words, why is Whitemarsh the one canceling this stuff? They seem to be, but they did a security study. Well, why are you doing a security study? Well, look at what happened in Vancouver. Look at what happened in Europe. I forget the other places. I mean, look at this goofy story of a Mexican ship hitting the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah, of course it can happen, but it takes unbelievable idiocy in the case of the ship to hit it. And in the case of this, by the Whitemarsh standards, then every parade should be canceled in our area. Across the country, we shouldn't have them. They can't 100% in these small towns secure that parade. It shouldn't happen. Doesn't that make sense? We're the embarrassment, and you're in the tank on this? You agree with this? They go on to say the township's inability to protect the parade from vehicle attacks, similar to those in New Orleans and Vancouver. It was acknowledged there was no active threat specific to the parade in Whitemarsh. Well, isn't that the critical thing? All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Alan Dershowitz. He's got a brand new book out, but I will ask him about all these deportation cases and also ask him about Harvard, which he has been unrelenting since the last time we've had him on in pushing back. We have the Trump-Putin call to talk about, and Jose Alvarado's weight loss. Oh, my God. No, I have to say, Major League penalties are relatively stiff here. It's not the 80 games. That's stiff. But it's also you can't play in the playoffs. That's where this is. And John Kruk, I want to salute, a shout out. Look, when you're a Phillies announcer and they're going down, as that news broke yesterday, and I'm watching the pregame, it's difficult. You don't want to say the wrong thing, but John Kruk said if he were in the clubhouse, and he thinks a lot of players, they'd be upset with Alvarado, how selfish he was, that now their main cog in an area where they're relatively weak wouldn't be able to play in the playoffs and 80 games between then. The Phillies are going to have to do something. I will get into all that. Alan Dershowitz, though, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey, don't miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on right now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. You can stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and the generous free bottle offers. $12.50 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your healthcare goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on right now through May 29th. So go shop now at res-q.com, res-q.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, one of our all-time favorites is with us, the Felix Frankfurter Professor of Law at Harvard Law School and author extraordinaire. Just looking at a list of the ongoing books, my God, how quickly can you give us this material? We need more. Professor Alan Dershowitz is with us. The new book, The Preventive State, The Challenge of Preventing Serious Harms While Preserving Essential Liberties. Let's go to Professor Dershowitz. Professor, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you.
Well, thanks. Nothing could be more topical today because we live in a preventive world. We're deporting people in order to prevent them from committing crimes. We're contemplating bombing the Iran nuclear reactor to prevent it from getting nuclear weapons. We have red flag laws that are designed to prevent people from shooting up schools. We live in the preventive age, and yet we don't have a jurisprudence for it. We don't know how to do it. We just do it. We just detain people because we think they're going to do things in the future. We may be wrong. And so this book creates a jurisprudence for the first time in history, creates a jurisprudence for how we should deal with trying to stop things before they happen, because that's where we're moving as a nation.
Right, and I think it's very balanced because even though you are the ultimate libertarian in the broadest sense that I think of, you have always recognized at various times in our history the need to get ahead of, it's not a suicide pact is the way that I would put it, and I think that comes through here. We don't have to just say, well, it says something here, so we can't do anything.
No, look at international law. It was announced today that Israel may have succeeded in killing Mohammed Sinwar and 9 or 10 other leaders of Hamas. If so, that was a preventive strike. It wasn't designed to get even or retaliation or revenge. It was designed to prevent these characters, these horrible terrorists, from killing more people. And in the process, Israel had to kill some civilians. That's a necessary trade-off. And so, but what if they had killed civilians and it turned out that Sinwar was not underneath a tunnel under a hospital? We would have made a mistake. So we're always trying to balance preventing horrible things from happening, at the same time preventing violations of due process and human rights and civil liberties. So this is a book I've been working on for a long, long time. I've been teaching the subject and writing about the subject, and finally at age 86, my 57th book, I decided to write this book.
57? I'm amazed at that. It's just, it's a knack, it's a talent, it's just unrelenting drive. What would you say then about the deportation cases? Do you cover that in here? And again,
I do, yeah.
Okay, what do you say? I don't know that they are preventative in one sense, but there's a deeper back and forth over the law. What do you write about that?
Yeah, I say it has as many of these things, 2 elements. Number one, these people shouldn't be in the country in the first place. They're wrong for being here, and we have the right to deport them with due process, as long as we do it with due process. Give them an opportunity to prove they're citizens or green card holders or they're not criminals, etc. But if they are criminals, we have the right to deport them. Now, we've already shown that we make mistakes. We picked up some of the wrong people. We sent them to the wrong countries. So the question is, how do you create a jurisprudence that allows us to prevent the bad guys from committing the horrible crimes that many of them have committed, while at the same time making sure that we don't get the wrong people, that everybody has a chance to prove their innocence? That's the challenge. We know how to do it when somebody's committed a crime in the past. We say it's better 10 guilty go free than even 1 innocent be wrongly confined, a 10-to-1 ratio. But are we prepared to say that about terrorism, that it's better for 10 terrorist acts to occur than for even 1 innocent person to be confined? What if we could have prevented 9/11 by arresting 1 wrong person? Or what if Israel could have prevented October 7th? The ratios are difficult. The trade-offs are difficult. And the point I make in my book is we're doing it. We're doing it. We're detaining people. We're even torturing people sometimes in order to prevent actions from occurring. But we don't have a jurisprudence. We don't know what we're doing. We're just doing it and hoping we come out the right way.
When you mention due process, though, look at what we're up against here with the criminal aliens, hundreds of thousands. What's your definition of due process? Is it a full case? I mean, there are limitations in reality, Professor, are there not, to how long we go? Yeah, go ahead.
That's why the word due process is so wonderful.
Yes.
It's the process that is due you based on your status and what they're planning to do to you. So if you're a citizen and they want to convict you of a crime, enormous due process.
Exactly.
You have to have trial by jury, right to counsel, you name it, you have to have it. On the other hand, if you're an illegal alien and you're coming on a college campus and you're disrupting and preventing students from going to class, then maybe all the due process you're entitled to is a determination, A, that you did it, B, that you're not a citizen and you're here on a visa. And that's all the due process you're entitled to. So it's the process that is due you based on who you are, what your status is, and what the government is trying to do to you, what they're trying to prove. So due process, a variable term.
I like that a lot. You mentioned something key there, too. You're alluding to maybe the Columbia guy.
Right.
And it's not just what he did, said, freedom of speech. There is the Hamas part, which is a terrorist group, so deemed, but it's also physical actions or egging those on or plotting them to physically harass and sometimes more Jewish students.
That's right. And I think once you get beyond free speech into harassment, into what they did at Columbia, for example, they held janitors, poor innocent people working hard to feed their families, held them, kidnapped them for a period of time. Now they're being sued. But unfortunately, they're not being prosecuted. They should be criminally prosecuted for holding people as hostages and not allowing them out. That's a very serious crime. And so in the book, I have a chapter on free speech, what the limits of that are. I have a chapter on terrorism. I have a chapter on red flag laws. I have chapters on just about everything. And, you can get the book on Amazon. It's relatively fast read. It's 250 pages, and it's not expensive. So I think it's important for every American to know what we're doing in the name of prevention and to have an opinion based on the facts. I give an example. For example, in how to deal with the Iran situation, we could make two kinds of mistakes. We could not bomb the reactor and then they develop a nuclear bomb and kill hundreds of thousands of people. Or we can bomb the nuclear reactor and maybe they wouldn't have made the bomb at all. That decision was made in 1935 in relation to Nazi Germany. The British and the French could have destroyed the Nazi war machine in 1935 and saved 50 million lives, maybe at the cost of 10,000 lives. But they decided not to do it, and they allowed Germany to build up its war machine, killing 50 million people. So that was a mistake, which I call a false negative mistake. We failed to do something that could have prevented harm. On the other hand, in Iraq, we made a false positive mistake. We went in, toppled Saddam Hussein because we thought erroneously maybe he was developing nuclear weapons, and he wasn't. So there are two kinds of errors you can make, and a jurisprudence basically tells you what kind of error do you prefer.
Absolutely. Parting question, too. Presidential assassinations. That's one of the lead in your book. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's shocking. How many signals do we need? The second guy, particularly hiding in the bushes of the golf course, before there's some movement here. These people never, or almost never, it seems to me, act out impulsively and go and shoot at a president. There are big warning signs here.
Yeah, there are, and that's why we have what are called red flag laws. If there are warning signs, we can take guns away from people. But look, they're going after Comey, who, made a stupid post in which he had some shells on the beach saying, 57, whatever it was. Like he wasn't going to kill the president.
Yeah, but Professor, shouldn't somebody at that level, though? I'm very sensitive to this, and you've done radio, too. I get any hint of anybody with any president talking anything like that, I'm on it because we know how serious this is. We know what our duty is on this.
Right. Not only that, but idiots see this and
Right.
they say, "Oh my God, Comey is telling me to kill the president. I better go out and do it."
Right.
So even if he didn't intend to do it, so I agree, it has to be taken seriously. But in the end, we know that Comey didn't intend to do anything like that, but he was stupid. You know, I've known Comey for years. I've argued against him when he was the U.S. attorney, when he was in Boston. You know, he's a decent guy, but boy, did he make mistake after mistake.
Hey, congratulations.
But, you know, I also in my book go into preventive medical stuff, you know, COVID and did we overreact? So it covers a wide array of things in our daily lives. And I appreciate you having me on and letting me explain the book. And I hope people will get it on Amazon.
Absolutely. The Preventive State Professor, thank you as always for coming to us in Philadelphia. Appreciate it as always.
Always love being on your show. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Dershowitz here, Professor Dershowitz on Talk Radio 1210. Let me go to Robert in Springfield, and we'll get Dan's on the side question today. Hey, Robert, good afternoon.
How you doing, man?
Good.
So those people in White Marsh Township, they need to have their own parade. Enough of this.
That would be interesting to see. The police chief would probably consider that. He'd call out the National Guard, I think.
Fine, but they can't stop the people from walking down the sidewalk or driving down the street with a flag on their vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
They can't stop it. We can't lay down to this. I'm from Delaware County, but I'll go there. I'll walk in that parade.
Why do you say why do you say that when they chide me for saying you're an outsider and Robert, you're an outsider? Why do we care about this?
Because it's our country, and it affects. If they get away with it there, it's going to happen in other counties. They're going to take whatever they can get, and we got to fight every inch. The 2024 election is not over. They're still fighting us. We need to fight for our rights. It's freedom of speech. It's a beautiful tradition, and us patriots, good patriotic Americans, need to stand up, exercise our free rights, our free speech, and get out there and walk with our flags.
I hear you, Robert. Side question: artifact. What's yours?
How about a crystal skull?
All right. Give us the significance. Why that?
I don't know. It fascinates me. I just saw a documentary on it, so it's just top of mind.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks very much. You know, an answer to Beyond the Curve, it is bigger than White Marsh. Then we immediately hear, well, maybe Cheltenham will just, all these, they're petty little tyrants here. So this Beyond the Curve says, well, they were backed up by the police chief. Based on what? Well, I can't protect this. Well, then you shouldn't be police chief then. Oh, wait a minute now. Who could protect it? So which one is it? Why would they do this? I give you my theory. Even if my Rand McNally is called into question here. All right, apparently half of Flowertown, according to Beyond the Curve. I think it's only 48%. My people are going to send you a scathing letter. Only 48% of Flowertown is in White Marsh Township. What's the dividing line? I want answers more than the curve. Come on now. Call the show and tell us. Dan, how about you? Artifacts, document is, I'd love to hear a good document. Okay.
Hold on, I need his mic. It's
okay,
right there.
all right, there we go. All right, that's falling apart here. So,
there we go.
Yeah,
there we go. Now I have a microphone.
Okay.
So, Dom, how about the artifact works, right? So I'm going to take, how about the DeLorean off the board from Back to the Future?
Yes, that's a big one.
It works?
Oh,
all
yeah,
right,
sure.
Sweet. Yeah,
It's the flux capacitor,
Yeah.
So I have the flux capacitor. Everything works. I'm taking that DeLorean, Dom, and I'm going back to, let's say, October of 2022. I'm going to find a guy by the name of Edwin Castro. I'm going to follow Castro for about a month. Then I'm going to give him a nice little shove and steal a piece of paper that he's holding, being his lottery ticket, because in November 2022, Edwin Castro, Dom, won $2.04 billion in the Powerball. So I would use a DeLorean, go back only a couple years, find this guy, and take his lottery ticket.
Oh, very nice. That's a double. It's the lottery ticket and the DeLorean.
Using your artifact to
Okay,
commit
there you
crime.
go. Using your artifact to get a document.
I didn't even use my lightsaber for those reasons.
All right,
Jeez.
that's pretty good.
I'm going to use Henry's lightsaber as a threat.
855-839-1210. By the way, over the weekend, Roe liked it a lot, I got to say, and had some pretty name actress in it, Nona's, did say gravy by my count 7 times. And they had some guy that said sauce, and they just went away from him. He wasn't allowed in the restaurant.
Well, I shouldn't,
There you go. And that's New Yorkers.
Mm-hmm. You know how they have intimacy coordinators now? They should have Italian coordinators on set so they get it right.
Yeah, that's right. There ought to be a job. No, they call them. They do have experts. They call them technical experts. So, like if you were doing talk radio, and they would
where's
ask
the Italian expert correcting?
Right, they would ask me, would you do this at that point? What would you do? I'd say, listen, buddy. And then they put it in
Misguided
script.
Italian American grandmothers.
Yeah.
Would
Would you talk with your
should
hands?
have named the movie.
Exactly. They should have just called it Gravy. It would have been a big hit.
Nope, misguided Italian American grandmothers.
So Vince Vaughn doesn't know movies. I think he does. He was great at it. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us with that all-time artifact. You heard Professor Dershowitz. Great stuff. We're going to speak with Victoria Coates at 1 o'clock today, national security expert, Heritage Foundation extraordinaire, the Putin-Trump call. And she wrote the book, the most recent book on Israel and Trump's visit there. And then we're going to talk at 2:30 with the former press secretary for Dr. Jill Biden. I will ask about that doctor thing. How sensitive were they to that? He was on Fox and Friends yesterday. We tracked him down. And he said the Joe Biden people were allergic to transparency, just on the dog bites, for example, let alone something like prostate cancer and cognitive decline. This is the worst presidential scandal. Watergate, yes, we know that. People went to jail, yada, yada, yada. But here, I think people committed criminal acts. They were running the country. And I'll play you Clyburn coming up saying he doesn't see why Joe Biden couldn't have served another term. Wow. We played you Axelrod saying, shouldn't we take a pause here because of the cancer and not focus on the cognitive? It's disrespectful to do. My God. Amazing. I don't know how much more is in this book. I think it's just the litany, the timeline of how many people knew and when they knew it. And they can't get away from it. It is a day of reckoning. Tomorrow might be a day of reckoning for Philadelphia, too. Of course, we'll talk today. The prelim, Larry Krasner, cop hater extraordinaire. The trial started today of Officer Mark Dial, who the FOP is with him. I don't know if citizens in Philadelphia standing up for a cop who Larry Krasner just hates. Imagine this cop is on trial, not just for, some kind of an offense, even if that, but third-degree murder, going to prison because of his actions to protect him and his partner in Kensington with a guy who did have a weapon and had inability to communicate and was driving the wrong way and high speed and all that. That's Krasner's Philadelphia. That's what's at stake tomorrow. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. You know, it said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall in love with it, want to come back again and again and again. Maybe you've been. You want to go back another time. But we're going. Talk Radio 1210 listeners, Dom and Ro. The unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria, too, this fall. It's a great trip, once in a lifetime. And the best tour operator in Italy, everybody knows that, Conservative Tours for us. You're with people that know talk radio, that might know each other, have heard calling and all that.
I know that there's also in America a big fight against saying gravy or sauce.
What do you say, Giuseppe?
It's sauce.
Yeah, the way he said it. That's bogus. We're going to change that in Sicily. I'll be there in the town square in Palermo. All this for $55.44, including airfare and the dining events. We'll ask each person at each stop about the gravy sauce. I'll keep score. I'll tell you gravy when I come back, I'm sure. The Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The Godfather Tour, all three films, is part of the package. Taormina, the Crown Jewel, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, the volcanoes, Savoca, Sicily, charming, picturesque. Call 888-733-9494.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, we'll get Dan's on the other side. Let me get one on board here, though. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, you're pulling rank with this one. This is Joe of Exton territory. What's the artifact?
You know what? I was warned with that threat, and
Yes.
I'll apologize ahead of time to Exton Joe. Dom, this has been validated and invalidated so many times through forensics and DNA, but some of us on the chat thinks it looks like resembles one of your listeners, and that is the Shroud of Turin.
And who does it resemble?
Road Warrior.
Okay.
We're going to say Chris in South Philly, to be honest.
Yeah, all
with
right,
you.
yeah. So, Joe, you're having lunch with us on Dom Day, and Rose said, "Have I met Joe?" And I said, "Yeah." The guy with the hair. She said, "Oh, yeah, I do remember. I remember the hair."
Can't forget the hair.
Yeah, the hair.
I hung out with her at the lunch table.
Yeah, I know, but it's like a blizzard. She remembers Gary of Newtown. What a gentleman he was.
Yes, Gary is a gentleman. He is. Hey, so are all your listeners, Dom.
Oh, no,
They all
Joe,
are.
we're really looking forward to that. So it's on top of my mind. So we get a full lunch going. Maybe we should start around 11:15 or so. I want to, be there at the table.
I'll be there. I'll be there. We used to get there early, say hi to Johnny.
Oh, yeah. All right, Joe. Shroud of Turin. Shroud of Turin is a great one. All right, coming up, Victoria Coates, Dr. Coates from the Heritage Foundation, wrote the book about Israel and the current book, Battle for the Jewish State. President Trump goes through the Middle East. I'm on board with a lot of what he did, but maybe not some of it. And the phone call, Trump-Putin. Little unclear of anything on that yet. We'll see what she thinks about it. But all-timer today, an artifact, a prop, a document is what we're looking for. Get on board at 855-839-1210.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardy fiber cement siding as well as Certainty vinyl siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, they complete every project with such care, such precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off today. What are you waiting for? Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, and it is unbelievable that we have the resource of somebody with deep connection to Philadelphia, international, national, has served in all kinds of capacities when it comes to national security, things related to it, and now at the Heritage Foundation. The current book, Battle for the Jewish State, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, Vice President of the Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Dr. Victoria Coates is back with us on Talk Radio 1210. Dr. Coates, Victoria, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Tom, thanks for having me on.
Well, we sorely wanted you when President Trump was in the Middle East, but now it's even better because we have the first inklings of Trump, Putin, talking to each other. What's your sense of how that's going?
Yeah, I think, this has been more of a challenge than the president anticipated. I think he was hopeful, and certainly don't blame him for that, that after 3 years of war, Putin would be a little bit more interested in peace. So far, he's been pretty obstreperous and, just kind of punishing the Ukrainians because he can. At this point, he's gotten into a war of attrition. But it's incredibly important that the sides are starting to talk to each other. So we have, the lower level meetings in Istanbul last week. So at least the two sides talked. That's always good. And we'll have the call with President Putin and President Trump. We'll learn more about that, I guess, shortly. How that went and what the future is going to hold. But, the president has just been insistent from the get-go. He wants to end this war.
The president, you said, surprised at how difficult Putin would be. Maybe I'm more emotional, but I see in him the impossibility of dealing with this guy. What's the leverage over him? Is his situation doesn't seem to be difficult like it was a year or two ago when we talked?
Well, it's kind of a catch-22 for Putin because on the one hand, the ongoing war keeps his economy going. He, is
right.
running all of his industrial base, but you can only do that for so long, run a hot economy like that because you're not actually building much. You're not developing peacetime industries and things that people want and need for their everyday lives. So, at some point he's going to come to the end of that run. He seems to be betting that it'll be on his time frame, not on Zelensky's or Ukraine's or even President Trump's. But that's sort of a wait and see. One of the things the president's been talking about more aggressively recently are these so-called secondary sanctions, where countries that do business with the sanctioned entity are then themselves vulnerable to U.S. sanctions. And that has proven very effective with China in the past. So right now, China's bankrolling this whole thing and keeping Russia afloat. If they think there's going to be some serious jeopardy for them in continuing that relationship, then they might be inclined to get Putin to wrap it up.
Dr. Victoria Coates with us. Doctor, the Middle East and your most recent book, Battle for the Jewish State, is writ large on this. Did we snub Israel? Maybe that's too strong of a word, but we bypassed Israel, though. Why this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as upset about that as a lot of other people are. Prime Minister Netanyahu has already made 2 unprecedented trips to Washington. So it's not like they haven't seen each other. And I know the Israelis particularly want the president to come in the fall for a specific event. So I didn't get the sense they were pushing particularly hard from Jerusalem for him to stop. Of course, they would always be happy to see him. But my understanding is they wanted him to come later in the year for a longer period of time. And so the president, this trip was all about Gulf unity, with Saudi Arabia and UAE on one side and Qatar on the other. Those were the countries that were in that diplomatic rift during the first term. He wouldn't choose between them then, and he didn't choose between them now. He went to see all 3 and had the whole Commerce Not Chaos tour, which was amazing. And I think, a totally new approach to that part of the world and what they are growing into and the kind of partners they can be for the United States. So I don't read this as dramatically as some others, and I think the president will make a wonderful visit to Israel this year.
You mentioned Qatar, though. I don't see them. I am a cynic afar. You have much more knowledge, but they seem to be willing. That there's more on their side, either out of fear with the more terroristic elements than this prosperity. They already have prosperity, right? Why would they turn toward that and give up what they've been doing?
Well, I think that's the president's message, that he wants them in the boat with these other wealthy partners. And the thing about Qatar is that by 2030, Dom, they are going to be the world's largest exporter of natural gas. We will be a larger producer, but we eat a lot of it here at home, particularly in Pennsylvania. And they will also have, just in stark numbers, the world's largest sovereign wealth fund. Right now, they have the largest per capita, but by 2030, it'll just be the biggest one. And so for those reasons, I want to talk to them. I want to know what they're thinking. I want to try to influence what they're doing in our direction. And I want Iran to be as peeled off of them as possible. And I think that was the message the president was sending, is that certainly the president of Iran wasn't getting, the royal camel salute in Doha or being driven around in a golf cart by MBS. He's the one who has the power in the Gulf now, and Iran is the outsider. And so I don't at all object to him swinging by Doha. I think it is an important country, and as I said, I'd like to have them in our sphere rather than in Iran's or, God forbid, China's.
Now, when we come to Iran, the president, consistent with what he's talked about, look, we don't want to bomb you. We don't want an ending wars and going down that path. Then another day he'll talk about, well, that might be necessary. So how is this playing out with Iran at this point? Are we, with that clock, 2 minutes to midnight, to have to do something, or do you think we're farther away?
Well, the problem is nobody really knows. The president has been very clear and consistent that they will not get a nuclear weapon. And I think that is also at the Heritage Foundation our bottom line, that we think it's intolerably dangerous that they might use it. And they've deployed increasingly sophisticated weapon systems in the past. They don't seem to worry too much about escalation or proliferation the way more civilized countries do. So I think he's 100% correct there. And our position is the president needs all of his options on the table. And I'll tell you, there are far too many people who are racing for the military option. Oh, there's only a military option. We have to go. We have to bomb them right now. And then on the other side, you have too many people saying we can't possibly ever have a military option. That's ridiculous. We have the most powerful military in the history of the planet, and the Iranians have very weakened capabilities. The president should have just that full range of options from diplomacy, which is what he is rightly trying now, but taking nothing off the table at any point. And so, the other piece there that I think is really important for your listeners is a targeted strike on technical nuclear facilities. Historically, is not going to provoke a serious reaction from the Iranians. The Israelis have done this twice before in Syria and Iraq. Over the last 30 years, the attack by President Reagan in 1988, Operation Praying Mantis, which was the most dramatic attack on Iran, provoked nothing. President Trump taking out Qasem Soleimani in 2020, they basically didn't react. And they essentially didn't react to either of the Israeli strikes last year, because they know both Israel and the United States have superior capabilities. So, again, nobody should be racing to war, but at the same time, we should not assume if the president does exercise one of his military options that that's World War III immediately. Because it's just historically, it's not.
That is a big nugget from today. You've been inside this, though. Take us through, why is it so difficult to know? I mean, we have the most sophisticated technology, the Israelis, the Mossad, and others. Is it we have to rely on the Israeli intelligence, and their bias is going to be, hey, strike them, and we're not sure about how accurate that is?
I might characterize it a little bit differently. Our intelligence capabilities with Israel are deeply entwined. That is true, and we each have capabilities the other doesn't have, and we've decided to pool those resources. And it's been a very good relationship for us. Now, that said, the Israelis have spent the last 15 months managing savage attacks on them from both Iranian proxies and directly from Iran itself without igniting a war. So, again, I would caution the folks who are like, oh, the Israelis want to drag us into a war. No, they won't. Don't. I mean, they're the ones who have been preventing a broader war for 15 months now, and have really deserve actually a peace prize for everything that they've been doing in terms of degrading Iran's ability to, be aggressive regionally, particularly in terms of Hezbollah and Hamas, which are now decimated and incredibly weakened. And I had an Arab diplomat say to me the other day, quite frankly, we should be giving them kudos because they've made the whole region safer. So again, I wouldn't just assume Israel is war happy, and I just go back to those strikes on Iraq and Syria, took out nuclear programs, no war resulted. So I don't see the historical basis for it.
You mentioned a peace prize. Do you think it's doable for President Trump? Look into your crystal ball. Now, he's got tough competition, legitimate one person, but Greta Thunberg is up for the prize too. Would it not solidify to, I think, his biggest legacy, Republican Party, no end-ending wars, let's try to peace through strength, Reagan, and prosperity is the way to go? Does he have a shot?
I don't think he has the shot at a Nobel Peace Prize,
yes,
but I think there should be other prizes that should be given to him in recognition of what he's achieved. And that's what's so important about this trip last week, Dom, is for the first time we might actually have the tools to win hearts and minds in the region. And guess what those are? Those are the 30 CEOs he took with him. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Yes, we had Elon Musk, but Larry Fink and Steve Schwarzkopf, all sorts of folks went. Ron Lauder went and had meetings and inked deals. And this is the way forward in the Middle East. Technology, not terrorism, I believe was one of his lines. And so I think that I wouldn't expect the Nobel people to recognize that, but I think others will recognize the achievement.
Maybe the Heritage Foundation would be one of them. Thank you.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dr. Victoria. Great to have you back. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations again on the book, Battle for the Jewish State.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Dr. Victoria Coates here on Talk Radio 1210. All right. Greta Thunberg's tough competition. There's a couple of really good people up for the Nobel Peace Prize, but that is desperately what Trump wants. That is one of the biggest that would be a capstone, really difficult to ignore. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, there is better news. I'll take them at their word at this point. on the big, beautiful bill. But I'm going to tell you something that is inside this that is very I don't even know if I should be talking about it because I'm so want it to pass. I'll tell you what it is, though. Come on now. We have to do that in talk radio. It's something really good. 855-839-1210. It did pass. 4 of these more staunch Republicans just voted present, and it did pass the committee. It's into the floor. I think by Friday it will be done. I'm not sure when they're going to vote on it, though, the first vote on the House side. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Over the past 50 years, America has grown richer, but the question is, who exactly is getting rich? It certainly isn't the middle class. We will talk about this and the big, beautiful reconciliation bill the House will vote on. It's all part of a special edition of the Kathy Barnett Show. Join me Tuesday night, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Wow, your new furniture is stunning.
Thanks. Go to Bucks County Estate Traders.
That huge place in Hatfield?
Yup, they have thousands of pieces representing every style, from timeless antiques to chic modern designs.
It looks well made.
Everything at Bucks County Estate Traders features high-quality craftsmanship. I'm talking high-end stuff like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon.
I'm ready for new furniture.
Let's go. It's their Memorial Day sale.
Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their Hatfield showroom and save 20 to 50% store-wide. Sale ends soon. Now open extended hours and Sundays.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. So the big, beautiful bill had these more reluctant Chip Roy guys like that, sometimes called grandstanders. I think they're essentially right, but then you got to be looking at the whole of this. They want more done on Medicaid, and they're right about it. Some of these reforms on Medicaid will not kick into 2029. So remember, when you're sold on this and unification, that's an awfully long way to have that hanging out there to 2029. Republicans are a bit afraid on this. Then you have the SALT thing. I'm not on board with that. not a $30,000 cap. It's ridiculous. Then some of them don't want to defund Planned Parenthood. We'll see what they do on that. But I will tell you what is in this bill, and I think it's got a shot at being passed. It would be revolutionary. School choice. School choice is in here in various ways that would be incredibly impactful. Now, will they actually do it in the way that it's written that I've been looking at? Will they chicken out in the end once we start getting potentially past Memorial Day, that we see them looking hither and yon and being afraid again? School choice would be revolutionary. Doesn't mean just going to a private school. Could be a charter school. Could be any number of other things going on here. You do that, and you're going to put enormous pressure on the public school system, which is a failure. There are 18 schools in Pennsylvania in the 2024 Keystone test. That's a test on reading mainly and math. 18 schools that did not have one student that was proficient. Not one. How are those 18 schools still open? How can you just proficient? If you want to think in your mind passing, essentially, or close to passing. It's not even passing. Not one. 18 schools in the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, that's just, how do you stay open? There's not immediate, like, National Guard forces coming in of aid and tutoring and whatever. No, business as usual. Not one. So it's in there. And we're going to be trying to bring you people like Van Drew and Perry and all these guys that I think are going to speak honestly about exactly day by day what's happening with this. But it did clear a late night committee vote, which is rare on a Sunday night. And the people that are opposed to this are arguing that we are going to see more reform. In other words, it's going to be changed to their liking. We'll see. I don't see Mike Johnson as this great figure able to do all this stuff. You may. I think you're kidding yourself. Trump will have to be the one now that leans on this. But just to get the bill done, if stuff like this on Medicaid doesn't kick into 2029, you got to ask yourself about that. The tax cut, is that the one thing we want? Do you have to sacrifice this ridiculous $30,000 SALT cap, the state and local taxes or more, and all these others that I mentioned that are in there? This is going to be very, very difficult. But at least it's out of committee. You'll start to see some votes. You'll start to hear more on this. There will be changes. I'm not exactly sure if their due date on this is July 4th or not. You hear various things going back and forth. I wouldn't say they have momentum, but at least it'll be out there more publicly now what's going on. All right, 855-839-1210. I think the number one thing people want, of course, are the tax cuts to be made permanent. They do want the no tax on tips. They do want the no tax on overtime. They do want the no tax on Social Security. They're sort of there, but the language is fluid. I don't see them being exactly what we wanted. You know, there's a lot of language in there that curtails it greatly. All right, but now this week it will actually be coming to fruition. All right, don't forget today, of course, our buddy Scott Presler will be here, and at 2:30, we are going to talk with the guy that was the first press secretary for Dr. Jill Biden, Mike LaRosa, who was on Fox and Friends yesterday. And he said, even there on the most minor of things, they were allergic to transparency. Things like the dog bites, things like an usher that was fired the first day. And he reasoned if they would do that, well, then, of course, they're going to cover up the bigger things. So we got somebody actually that was in this circle. Very hard to do, 2:30 today. All right, Robert and Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon to you.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. Couple things. I think that release of the cancer diagnosis is to obscure her audio recordings, because that shows them being powerful Democrats and powerful media people being lying to us for the last couple of years, and they really want to avoid that because they've taken so many hits over the last year that they want to play this out to give the media something else to talk about.
Well, yeah, of course, the book, too, because the book, even though we know all this stuff, apparently is excruciating in its detail, and it names all these people that helped it along, like Shapiro and others. Yeah.
Good day. Thank you. And I should also bring it to the attention. Tomorrow is the election day, and while it's a primary, they are including the school board voters on there. Okay, and do you remember a couple of years ago when I forget the woman's name, but she helped us flip 300 school board seats in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Clarice. Yeah, Clarice. Yeah.
Ever since then, the Democrats have changed it so that there are no party designations on the school board candidates. And I called them about that, and I got somebody on the phone who sounded like he was a typical liberal, but he said, well, we don't feel that politics belong in school board races. And I said to them, well, your side put politics in with this CRT and this transgender stuff, and now you're going to try to obscure our way of dealing with it. So people, when you go out to vote tomorrow, and I really, even though it's a primary, I really encourage you to make sure you know who the Republican-picked school board members are in your race. There's 4 out here in Bensalem, and I've distributed to everybody I know just to make sure that we know what we're voting for, because people go in and they don't know and they just vote names, and Democrats end up sliding through. And that's what I would love to avoid. Be careful on who you're voting for in the school board. Check before you go to see who the Republican-appointed school board members are, just to make sure that your vote is an honest one. You know what I mean?
All right, that's a very good tip. Now, Robert, what's your artifact?
I am going to go with the Magna Carta, Dom. It was started in 1217, but wasn't finished until 1297, and it was kind of the basis of our Constitution. And what it did was it removed the feudal barriers to serfs and barons, and it subject the king to British law. And that was revolutionary at the time. And while it's been changed and amended and rescinded and reinstated every time there was a war back then, it's truly a document for the ages. This is like 1,300 years ago, and we're building on it in this country today. And it's an amazing document in my view, groundbreaking.
All right, thank you, Robert. We kind of use that as a premise, but I'll have to, from Harvard, I didn't take it off the board per se. I just said Harvard had another original of it. That's why we were doing this. So, okay, we'll let it in there for now. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So, look, there are these people grandstanders, these people that voted present? No, I don't think so. I think they're the ones saying, look, the cuts are not enough here, Medicaid principally. Some of these other things in the bill they seem to object to. But somehow or another, school choice in a pretty strong way has gotten into this bill. And if that's the case, then this is a very good thing because it stands a real potential to get through. Now, these Republicans in the Senate, God knows what they would do. I've always believed school choice is a game changer. I don't know why it doesn't move elections. It's starting to do it a little bit more, though. So watch for that as this week develops. Watch for the battle over SALT, defund Planned Parenthood, and also the Medicaid stuff that's there. There are arguments, as I understand it, because this thing is very fluid. If a woman has kids over 7, she would have a work requirement if they're over the age of 7. The others, Democrats, some Republicans want to make it 18. That's ludicrous. It's got to be something reasonable. Even 7's pretty generous. So the Medicaid part of it will go back and forth. Wanted to play you yesterday, though. Dan Bongino was on with Kash Patel. They were on Maria Bartiromo. And somehow or another, well, Maria had this set. They were asked about Epstein. something that at every event listeners ask about. They were asked a wide variety of things. I don't see that cut number here. Henry, do you have that one? Bongino and Kash Patel talking about Epstein. And Bongino said that, yeah, here it is. This is cut 11. Here's Bongino saying that Epstein, in fact, did commit suicide.
I want the American public to go back and look at what our predecessors stated to Congress under oath, that there were no FBI sources utilized in and around January 6th. I'm going to leave it at that, but go play the videotape and look for this material coming to Congress.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
All right, so there you have Kash Patel and Dan Bongino saying that Epstein did kill himself. Now, it seems pretty obvious to me that this is not an open and shut case, that there is some leeway here that something else could have happened for two reasons. How in the world, and they sort of answered it in the interview, how in the world does someone get the wherewithal that's on suicide watch like this? And then the importance of Epstein, as far as the number of people he had all kinds of evidence against up and down the line, from the royal family, Bill Clinton, all the names, yada, yada, yada. Yet yesterday on national TV, you had two of the more reliable, if they wanted to say, yeah, they're unclear, there's a conspiracy here, in Bongino and Kash Patel, the director and the deputy director of the FBI, and two guys that would have more of a stake in saying, no, we don't think he did commit suicide. I mean, these guys are trustworthy for a lot of reasons, one of which, how would it be in their interest? So immediately then people on Twitter saying, you can't trust these guys. And Trump's behind us. And Trump was behind that too. My God. I get it. Conspiracy better than sex for people. But you got Kash Patel and you got Bongino saying that they've seen all the evidence you can, and Kash Patel going a little bit further and saying, no, it's a suicide. As I said, I understand the doubt. Given the totality of what happened here and given the importance of Epstein, how do you let him kill himself? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You know, it's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap, crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, I've told you about this, are fantastic. They will test your water. They love showing you the water test, the before and after, and then they recommend solutions that'll make sense for you. Just contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Our guy, Dwayne, we've had every time, is just wonderful. Click on martinwater.com or call them now is easier. 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you. 800-887-7555.
Over the past 50 years, America has grown richer, but the question is, who exactly is getting rich? It certainly isn't the middle class. We will talk about this and the big, beautiful reconciliation bill the House will vote on. It's all part of a special edition of the Kathy Barnett Show. Join me Tuesday night, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-280-2424. 800-280-2424. That's 800-280-2424.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with that artifact, prop, call it what you will, document. They're all in play. Again, the huge story coming from yesterday, today, an obvious deflection from the book out tomorrow, I think, more than anything else. And I just mentioned the Epstein thing. Guy posts on Twitter right away, well, maybe Patel and Bongino are in the book too. I don't see motivation for Kash Patel and Bongino to say they've looked at this and they see a suicide. I get the motivations of the enormity of it. How was it allowed to happen? Should have been on suicide watch. Do you blame incompetency there? They just don't care in that jail. Versus, no, this, once again, is funny, and they're taking out a guy with a lot of knowledge of a lot of people. Why would those two, though? You know, particularly, more, maybe even more Bongino, when he was in talk radio, would have been all over this. So they both would conspire to say suicide. Toward what point? What's the end game there with it? Let's go to Dwayne in Valley Forge on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dwayne.
Hi, Dom. On the side question today, a sacred relic and a historical artifact, and probably the most important document in Western civilization would be the Ark of the Covenant containing the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant, certainly. All kinds of films, all kinds of things have been done, maybe as much as anything. Yeah, that's a great one. Yep. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was another thing about the Biden thing.
Yes.
And the cover-up. I don't know if anybody remembers, but Biden visited this brewery in Wisconsin, I guess 6 months before the debate, and he slipped into incoherent babbling for a couple of paragraphs. And I keep, for the life of me, I can't figure out why that wasn't the pivot point for everyone to realize that he was in bad shape.
We played that several times. Yeah, several
I know.
times. Yeah, multiple times, because even some of the other stuff was telling, but this was just when he froze up when they were dancing outside next to Kamala Harris and the husband at the White House. It was like somebody photoshopped it. Even I couldn't believe how bad it was at that point, Dwayne. Well, the guy we have coming on at 2:30, we're going to ask him that question. And Dwayne, stay there. Here's a little bit of that cut in the brewery that you're talking about.
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why it's called.
What the heck?
I love that cut.
Yeah, that cut
Could we do it one more time?
Yeah.
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why it's.
And they're laughing. I'm not sure why. Thank you, Dwayne.
I do
for
have the
calling.
transcript if you want it.
Yeah.
The beer brewed here,
right.
It is used to make the brewed beer.
Right.
During is define. Oh, Earth Rider. Thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why.
The Great Lakes getting in there after all the rest of it was enormous, but they just, let's applaud. You dog-faced pony soldier. That was during the campaign. I gave you the theory. It's just, but that he never was the sharpest guy. So the decline early on, which was there, that everybody saw. How much was that from his usual nonsense? But then maybe a year in, 6 months in even, it was enormous. And even now, here's James Clyburn telling us, well, I don't understand. He said this just on Sunday. James Clyburn, this is cut 10. I think he could have done another term. He said that to Jake Tapper.
Well, with all due respect, sir, having interviewed you quite often, I don't think there's any comparison between how sharp you are and your ability to talk and answer questions and get dates right, et cetera, and what we've seen from President Biden, both in that audio, but also throughout 2023, 2024, especially on the debate stage. Do you think that Joe Biden really would have been able to perform as president all the way through January 2029 when he would be 86?
Yes, I thought that back then. I still think that.
Oh my God!
But I don't know that. When people ask me, did I know this or did I know that? And the fact of the matter is, no, I didn't. And that's, you make my point here. So it's not all about age. I've seen people develop Alzheimer's when they're in their 30s and 40s. So it's not about age. It's about the ability to do the job. And I never saw anything that allowed me to think that Joe Biden was not able to do the job. Just that. I see nothing. I know nothing.
Amazing. Well, it isn't the age thing. Bernie Sanders is cogent, even though crazy as far as the ideology. Clyburn can speak, but look at the gibberish here. Trying to, let's have a pause. Yes, I think that this is the boldest guy, though, completely out there saying, yeah.
Last question real quick. Some have speculated,
You're a
sir,
lying dog
that you are subject to some degree of cognitive decline. I'm 65.
All right, there you go. All right, coming up, Jose Alvarado. It's making a lot of news today. I don't see Phillies fans, though, that upset about it. All they're upset about is who's going to be the relief pitcher. Should the Phillies have looked at this a little bit more? And the curious comments made by Dave Dombrowski on this about weight, bringing your weight into it and how people are embarrassed about their weight. Even though there's a hotline set up that apparently you call and say, here's what I'm thinking of taking. This is a classic. We haven't seen one of these, at least in Philadelphia, in quite a while. Is it a performance enhancing or just a guy using Ozempic, even though it was something else? One of those things. Making a lot of news. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Over the past 50 years, America has grown richer, but the question is, who exactly is getting rich? It certainly isn't the middle class. We will talk about this and the big, beautiful reconciliation bill the House will vote on. It's all part of a special edition of the Kathy Barnett Show. Join me Tuesday night, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
1210 homeowners, are you sitting on the sidelines waiting for the right time to sell your home? Here's the truth. The time is now. The American economy is back. Private sector growing. Good paying jobs more available. Inflation's down. Eggs and gas cheaper than they've been in years. And the fear is fading. In the market, it's on fire. Right now, I'm helping sellers get tens of thousands over asking. No inventory, and there's buyers who are starving for homes. So stop hiding in your house and start planning the move to your low-maintenance lifestyle. But selling in this market does take more than luck. It takes strategy. And if you're serious about crushing it when you sell, learn about all my strategies in my books, Home Selling Sharks and Model Home Mindset. I'll send you a free copies today. But if you want to learn from the master, that's me. Come to my next home seller seminar on June 11th in Fort Washington. Go to 215-576-8666.com or call me at 215-576-8666.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
New Jersey Transit has reached a deal with engineers to end the strike, but trains won't start rolling again until Tuesday. You can weigh in on SEPTA's doomsday budget proposal during public hearings today and tomorrow. And Tuesday is also the PA primary election, where Philadelphia's next district attorney will likely be chosen.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com today for limited time offers.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deploy 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Got a great side question today. You can get in on it. YouTube alert. Go to youtube.com/1210 WPHT. We have a great friend, Jim DiLorenzo, who this past weekend had all these real stars of Fan Expo in town. I mean, they had William Shatner, we had Helen Hunt, they had Mel Gibson, but Dolph Lundgren, who was in a Rocky
4, right? Was it?
Yeah, it's probably 4 because Comeback was 3, and then he was in the Creed 2, I guess. Was that still Lundgren, the father, in there? The son, at least, or the purported son, was in there. But they had him throwing out the first pitch.
Yeah, he was in Creed. Yeah, Creed 2.
Yeah. First pitch at the Phillies game. And, again, this is tricky stuff. Let's roll the tape.
This is bad, Dom. Take a watch.
No wonder why the Russians lost. Oh, my God. He looks smaller. Oh, my God.
Doing the windup. Not even throwing from the mounds.
Oh my
no.
God! What the heck was that?
Oh, no longer an action hero, Dom.
We didn't see where the ball went, but that arcing like it was a grenade or something. But let's see it one more time here.
Yeah, and he does a whole wind-up and everything. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Oh
my God!
It's the floppy elbow.
Yeah, and there's no
goose elbow.
There's no leg action here. Yes, I guess he came from a country that doesn't have sports. So, again, the first rule, maybe he reached. I couldn't tell. It looked like it could have been lofted a little bit. That's the first rule there. So, okay.
If you get invited, though, are you throwing from the mound?
Yes,
Yeah?
you have to throw from the mound.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And you have to have your jersey out. He had that, even though those regrettable Friday night jerseys they wear that look like a softball team.
Now, if you're a strong fan of the Dom Giordano program, you've seen Dom throw it a couple of times. I would venture to say that you throw much better than Dolph Lundgren.
Oh, well, thank you. The
You
worst.
just put your legs into it.
Yeah, the legs. There's no legs action. Yeah. And the worst that I've seen, shockingly, was President Obama. Even bowling, you bowled a 39. Yet, basketball, he's got a nice jump shot, and he had movement and all. So I don't understand why it would. Oh, Fauci. Fauci throwing the ball from there was regrettable.
Yeah,
I mean, pretty bad.
Gary Delabate of the Howard Stern Show has a famous one where it just goes like 10.5 feet over the person's head. And
Well, throwing over the head is better than not.
50 Cents was.
Carly Rae Jepsen's
Right.
is also atrocious.
Then there is the woman whose name we don't have to repeat, a female famous for various things, who the Mets had throw out a first pitch. Haven't seen her on the scene anymore.
Henry, can you look at the email I just sent over
Yeah.
Dom throwing again?
Yeah.
We can compare.
Wait
Dolph
a minute.
Lundgren
What, throwing
and
what?
Dom.
Yeah.
Well, you're throwing a football, which is even harder to throw than a baseball. But Dolph
Right.
Lundgren's floppy arm looks terrible compared to what I'm about to show here on the
I
YouTube.com.
don't know if we've ever seen this. I don't know if I
no,
approve
this is one over where you had
Mulligans?
someone. Yeah, you almost. No, this is when you took someone's head off.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that throw. Yes.
Yeah, it's not
Well,
bad.
that was my bad throw. Show the good throw.
All right, see that guy run over by
The good throw, yes.
Get ready over there. Hey, white shirt. Can you get move over a little bit, Jim?
That was a perfect throw in the middle of all that.
All right,
Let's
now
not
play
see
Dolph.
that.
Don't do Dolph.
Yes.
Yep,
Oh, my
winding
gosh.
up again.
What the heck?
He looks like
is
he's going to throw it well, but then, floppy arm.
You know what?
Yeah.
He doesn't look that big there, too. I don't know. It's a distort. I thought he was huge in Rocky. Okay.
Well, that was like 50 years ago. At this
Yeah,
point.
but still, I mean, height doesn't go that much. All right. So
6'5", it says he is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I needed all of it right there to get to the plate.
Jose Alvarado, again, yesterday, I salute John Kruk. Tough spot. They had all the Phillies announcers, and Kruk said, no, if he were in the clubhouse, he would be upset with this guy, selfish, and he thinks a lot of players would be. And then the Phillies, at least the general manager, mentioned something about weight loss. And, yeah, he was heavier, so they thought it was that.
I do have a Kruk if you want that.
Yeah, let's hear Kruk. I thought Kruk was as honest as you can be in these circumstances.
To
Yeah.
me, if I was a teammate of Jose Alvarado, I would consider it a very selfish move on his part, putting the team at risk by knowing that if you got caught, you would get 80 games. I don't. If I'm a player on this team right now, I don't think I'd be real happy with him.
All right, and here's the thing that they're critical of. At age 27, wow, it's amazing. The average fastball velocity was 99.6. That's average, which is really hard to do. You throw a few pitches under 99, and you have to throw 101 here, or 100 at least, to 98.7 at age 28 to 97.8, which is still fast, but not otherworldly at age 29. Then he comes in, and his birthday will be age 30 this year, and he's back to that velocity he had at age 27. So the guy writing for the Inquirer, David Murphy, says the Phillies are probably cooked without him. They don't have much room to complain. They were kind of playing with house money, weren't they? But then he lets them off the hook, and he says the issue isn't that he was suspended. The big issue is that the difficulty in determining this with players. I don't think you can drug test. So the big story here is, yeah, they could lose him for 80 games. That's one thing. But the Phillies are looking pretty good to me. Starting pitching overwhelming. It's the postseason. It's the playoffs. That's the thing that would matter. They won't be able to do that. So the requirement in Major League Baseball is now pretty tough. This is the first time for him, and results in an 80-game half-year suspension and then the playoffs. So that's pretty severe. So was it just weight loss? What you're supposed to call a hotline, and apparently the weight loss drug, if that's what it was, has a testosterone combination in there along with the weight loss. And he did look like he lost some weight. That was the mandate from the Phillies. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out. But I didn't hear Phillies fans. Kruk was the lone voice yesterday saying anything like that. Almost everybody else just went to, what are we going to do in the bullpen? Where Kruk, it takes a lot on the Phillies broadcast to say something. It was accurate, and it's not an easy position to be in. All right, coming up, our buddy Scott Presler, but then at 2:30, we're going to talk with the guy who was the first press secretary for Dr. Jill Biden. He went to school with Nick, I believe. He was he was on Fox and Friends yesterday. And look, he's still a Democrat. He's still got a communications firm that works in that manner in Washington. But for him to say they were allergic to transparency from his first day there, meaning even the dog bites, remember that? Or there was an usher fired. They wouldn't admit it the first day. Just an usher? The guy ultimately quit. So he's not going to say, aha, I knew it all, something like that. But I think he's indicating they would do exactly something like this. But using a cancer diagnosis, in my view, that's what they're doing, to try to get away from the other. That's amazing. Keep that in your back pocket, Joe. It's pretty clear to me that you suddenly don't have this aggressive form of cancer. It takes a while for this to develop. They must have known it. People in the White House must have known it. And then they drop it to take away from the other obvious thing. Who was running the country? Got to be a full investigation. It's a day of reckoning. We haven't had a day of reckoning on COVID. We need to have it on this. You cannot let these people get away with it. I think the pardons are up for grabs. The auto pen, who was using it, Dr. Jill Biden. I want to see her brought into the House, testimony under oath. Got away with it until now. It is one of the biggest heists in American history. Happening right before us. We all saw it. We all agreed. All right, Scott Presler first, though. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow. So, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. At 2:30, we're going to talk with the former communications chief, press secretary for Dr. Jill Biden, Mike LaRosa. Scott Presler is next, though, to give us an update, including he recognizes key spots that were on the march. Dade County has flipped Miami. Think of that, Florida. Democrat territory, shows the Hispanic vote, has flipped to red and blue. The Democrats come in behind unknown. Pretty startling stuff. And we're seeing that play out here in Pennsylvania. He'll be here momentarily. We'll talk with him about any number of things. The thing to watch for, too, coming out of Joe Biden, I made this point at the top of the show, is Fetterman. They're going after Fetterman, this radical group, Indivisible. They're relentless, are out there trying to take out Fetterman now and saying that they think in some kind of bank shot way, because Biden was allowed to get away with everything, Fetterman now is a prime target. It's in the air. They'll look, they're virtue signaling. Well, we're taking on Fetterman here. He doesn't show up. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's depressed. He's all this. He was a lot worse when he was elected. And yet they were absolutely for him. No, it's Israel. And then he voted for Pam Bondi. All right, let's go to Scott Presler. Scott with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Very well, Scott. I did see you took notice of it and tweeted out the significance of Dade County in Miami, as I just mentioned. And again, it's got to be thrilling for what you do every day, incrementally chipping away, when you see what the results are.
Well, a lot of people have been saying recently that voter registration doesn't make a difference, and that when somebody registers to vote, they're not going to turn out. And, you know, to those people that have been critical of voter registration, I would argue that's why Florida has become a ruby red state. We flipped Pinellas County from blue to red, and now Miami-Dade, an area that once voted for Hillary Clinton by significant margins, is now skyrocketing to the Republican Party. And this is what we use to flip Bucks County and Luzerne County and Beaver County, and we're even narrowing the edge in Erie County, of all places. So I hope the data and the science and the math behind this shows people that, yes, voter registration indeed makes a difference.
And tomorrow, you actually have a map up at the Persistence on Twitter. You have your map that you're going to hit at least 11 polling places tomorrow, the Presler Tour of Pennsylvania.
Well, I want to show people that I'm not going to ask someone to do something that I wouldn't do myself. And I encourage people, become a judge of elections, become an election day worker, work outside your polling place. And I will be outside of 11 different, if not more, polling locations tomorrow in the Mercer and Butler County areas, talking about the No to Retention campaigns. We're not getting involved in the Superior Court and Commonwealth Court elections, but I do want to begin planting seeds for all the voters that are coming out this May. I would assume the large majority, if not all of them, are going to be coming out this November, and they need to know about voting no to Justices Donahue, Doherty, and Wecht. And so I'll be personally making myself available.
And Scott, we remember, I think you and I talked about Democrats in a primary doing that. They had there with the iPad signing up for a future mail-in ballot. They were all over it. You, of course, are going the extra yard tomorrow in a primary.
Yes. However, there's one thing that's very concerning. This is critical. I've been getting calls from people that said, Scott, I never received my mail-in ballot, and I signed up last year. This is critical. When you sign up for a mail-in ballot in an election, you are put on the list for future elections. However, Pennsylvania, we have a layer of election integrity that you have to sign up for a mail-in ballot and request one every single year. So if you voted for Trump early last year, if you voted for Trump by mail, you are not going to automatically get a mail-in ballot. The Department of State may have sent you a mail-in ballot request form, which is not a mail-in ballot, and you have to fill out a new application in order to get one. And the reason why I'm pressing that issue so firmly is because, again, this is an off-year election. This is 2025. President Trump is not on the ballot. And if we want to have a hope at being successful, winning the Superior Court seat, winning the Commonwealth Court seat, mayoral, city council, school board, and voting no to retention, then we need all of those low propensity Republicans to please either plan to vote on November 4th, vote early, you have a lot of time to vote early, or request your new mail-in ballot. So please go to vote.pa.gov, and I want you to check your status today. And if you don't have that mail-in ballot, please make that a priority today.
How are we looking in Pennsylvania? Tomorrow, of course, is the DA primary, so the switch over to Larry Krasner potentially, registration-wise, hopefully people will go back. We'll see that change. But how do we do this week?
Not a lot of change because the cutoff to register to vote was just last week, and so just minimal changes. What I was looking at is the party switches since the beginning of the year, and even with all of the switches that are going on in places like Philadelphia, Montgomery, Bucks, Chester, you know, the Democrats, they really should be sweating at this point, because 16,000 Democrats switched to Republican in Philadelphia since the beginning of the year, whereas only 10,000 Republicans switched to Democrat. And I would wager that a lot of those were for tomorrow, May 20th's primary. And even in places like Northampton and Lancaster, Luzerne, Erie, really, I think the Democrats should be petrified and knowing that Governor Shapiro is vulnerable next year. And whether it's Stacey Garrity, whether it's Dan Muser, I think that we're going to give Shapiro a run for his money after winning this year.
I concur. You know, he is not as invulnerable as we thought. There's a lot more baggage there, Scott, without a doubt. And as you mentioned, those two are really good candidates. Scott, you were in Fairless Hills last Thursday, your birthday. Happy birthday again. What was the reception out there in Bucks County?
It was great. We had an event the night before. We did a fundraiser with the chairwoman of the Bucks County GOP, Pat Poperick. Thank you, Pat, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And then the next day, I wanted to make sure that I'm also celebrating our grassroots. And so Andy Meehan was there. I said hi to my beautiful Right for Bucks people. I made sure that we're also showing appreciation for all of our grassroots activists that have been putting in the sweat equity, for years and decades. And more importantly, I also wanted to share that we now have 3 full-time staff in Bucks County. And Early Vote Action, we are celebrating the fact that we now have 26 staff on the ground. I do believe we are the #1 Republican entity in Pennsylvania that has the most staff at this moment in time. And so we are more prepared than ever. We have more staff. In an off-year election, we're going to be at polling locations across the Commonwealth tomorrow. And we are truly building an infrastructure to prepare for next year, the midterms, and going straight into 2028.
Without a doubt, Scott, what is it that people are coming up and talking to you about most? Is it the bill going through Congress? We hear a lot of back and forth on that. Is it something else they're concerned about?
People want action. We won the popular vote.
Right.
Donald Trump won the popular vote. Donald Trump won every single swing state. The people of Pennsylvania delivered Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, Ryan McKenzie. They delivered the House. They delivered Senator McCormick. The people demand action from our entirely Republican elected government. And this big, beautiful bill, I know that Speaker Johnson and Republicans are making a priority, and I think they've even suspended Memorial Day, that members of Congress are not going to be allowed to take vacation until the bill is done. And I say, finally, that they are putting us first. Listen, they shouldn't be taking vacation until we're making sure these wars are stopped. We're 100% securing the border. We're bringing back jobs to our country. We're cutting the corporate tax. We're putting the fiscal and financial responsibility of the American people first. And I'm glad that Speaker Johnson is going to move forward with no tax on tips. And from my work that we're doing in New Jersey, I tell you, Atlantic City, the casinos in Nevada, the no tax on tips is going to help a lot of Americans, and it's going to show people that President Trump and the Republican Party are keeping their word. And so at the end of the day, right now, it's not so much what the being anti-Democrat. This is we, the American people. It is incumbent upon the elected Republicans that we have put as the majority of our government to act and to do as they promised and campaigned on going into the 2024 election.
I love that insight in South Jersey, Scott. No tax on tips. Chattarelli on board with that. Spadia, too. But Democrats, I think their position is going to be, well, that's a ruse. We're going to give you heightened minimum wage or something like this. I would emphasize that. I'm glad you brought it up in the governor's race. It's a winner, no tax on tips.
It is. Well, the races that matter in New Jersey are, the Democrats pushed through and forced through the affordable housing, but we all know it's not affordable housing. It's as affordable as the Affordable Care Act. They just like to name things better than they actually are. And it's going to be the property taxes that are pushing people out of home ownership into other states. I mean, the amount of people that are leaving New Jersey for Pennsylvania and from New York to New Jersey is just incredible. And so this is going to be a very fiscal election this year. But Donald Trump is pretty popular in the state of New Jersey. His approval rating is doing really well, and I believe that he's even more popular than current disgraced Democrat Governor Murphy. And so that data point alone shows to our people in Pennsylvania, because I know many of you have a lot of folks and friends over in Jersey. New Jersey is in play this November, and tomorrow, May 20th, the day of the Pennsylvania primary, is the last day to register to vote in New Jersey. If you know anybody in New Jersey, tomorrow, May 20th, last day to register for the June 10th primary.
Absolutely. Where do we go for all things Presler and all things moving forward, Scott? Tell people where to go.
We really need your help. Please sign up at earlyvoteaction.com. Please sign up to volunteer with us. And I promise you, we're working in all 67 counties. I was just in Greene County, Dom, which is at the border of West Virginia, hugging that state down there. And I don't care where you are, whether it's Fayette or Greene or Carbon, we are going to be visiting all 67 going into this November, and we would love to work with you, partner with you, and let's win together as a team.
For some reason, I think Pike County is one of your favorites. So you just like putting up on Twitter,
I
Pike
love
County.
Pike County.
I know you do. Yes.
No, Pike County, let me tell you, it is it is like a hidden gem. There are so many trails there that have waterfalls. It's only an hour and a half away from the city of Manhattan, but you're not in the city. It's hugging Northeast Pennsylvania and New York, and more importantly, to any people that are looking for a place in Pennsylvania, if you're not happy with Philadelphia, please, oh my gosh, move to the 8th Pennsylvania Congressional District, and let's keep Rob Bresnahan in there next year in 2026.
Well put, Scott. We'll check in next week. Thanks, Scott, very much.
Thanks, Dom. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Krasner, I'll get into that a little bit more. You might want to text him. I don't know if it'll be on Memorial Day or we'll do it on Tuesday.
Okay.
Memorial Day is fine if he wants to. Of course, it fits his efforts. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Wow, big prize today. Be ready to dial in a $50 gift card to one of my favorite places in Row. The seafood salad, Gallows, the great Gallows, Jim Harvey, and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. $50 gift card ready to go. Dan?
Hey, yeah, so Dom, today we're talking about artifacts, uncommon artifacts. Well, what's the opposite of an uncommon artifact? How about a regular household item, Dom? So I thought... we had a lot of fun in the past where we played a song that was played on a chainsaw, and someone actually guessed it right. So, Dom, we're going to take you back to their hardware store today. We're going to play another song on a unconventional instrument, an item, an everyday household item that you can find in the hardware store, Dom. I want to know, what is this that's being played, Dom? So take a listen. Here you go. Oh, my ears. Now, Dom, that song's being played again on an item you can find in a hardware store. We want to know what item that song's being played on, Dom.
All right. Does Dan stump the audience here? We'll see. 855-839-1210. Be the first in. You are off to Gallows. I recommend that seafood salad. 855-839-1210. Jump on board. Be the first with that answer.
Over the past 50 years, America has grown richer, but the question is, who exactly is getting rich? It certainly isn't the middle class. We will talk about this and the big, beautiful reconciliation bill the House will vote on. It's all part of a special edition of the Kathy Barnett Show. Join me Tuesday night, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now is the time to get away to the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. It's my happy place, and I know it'll be yours too. And we're going to be there for our next live show, June 20th. And you got to book now to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights and get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights get you $70 a night. 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use these credits to make purchases of food and beverages, Hemingway's restaurant, outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower, With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today, call 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading. Current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear the clue, and we're looking for this instrument.
Really be okay with never hearing this noise again, Don.
All right, let me go quickly to Ray in the Northeast
Very
end.
quickly.
He's right near Gallows. He can get over there right now. Ray, what's the instrument here?
That'd be a handsaw.
There you go.
All right,
Wow.
I'll put you on hold, Ray. There's the artifact. It's a handsaw after all that hardware store. Ray, enjoy Gallows. Jim Harvey, the website Gallows, Gallos, and burgerbar.com, $50 gift card. Don't know if we'll have that tomorrow or not.
So Jim,
Hope we do.
Jim asked our caller, what did you do to win? Yeah, I guess.
Yes, a handsaw.
Musical handsaw, yes.
Of course, we mentioned with Scott there, all around it, Larry Krasner. And tomorrow is the big showdown with Judge Dugan. So we won't know, per se, until Wednesday's show what happens. I'm looking at an article in the Inquirer, of all places, where they've abandoned, Republicans have, many cities. Here's the headline. Several PA cities won't have GOP candidates on Tuesday's ballot. Some see it as a missed opportunity for Republicans after Trump's win. In addition to the Philly DA race, mayoral primaries in Allentown, Bethlehem, Lancaster, and Harrisburg will not have any Republicans on the ballot. I mean, you know, again, I'm not saying this is easy, but it's a miracle that Trump won here, given, and great people like Linda Kern, Scott Presler, Talk Radio 1210, that it's stunning that they can't even get a candidate to put up. Now, Dugan potentially can run on the Republican ticket. They'll probably get that over the top. They'll change the mechanism of the party. But how long before they do something about Republican parties in Pennsylvania? I'm talking about the RNC and others. It's shameful to see this. And today, cop Mark Dial, who's been put through the ringer already by Larry Krasner, the trial started, I think it was jury selection today. This is the cop that was engaged in this confrontation in Kensington, in which a guy had a knife, was in a car. He's apparently incoherent, weaving all over the place, going the wrong way. And the argument of the defense of the cop is that he shot him because he heard his partner yell, gun. Now, this will be a question for the jury. Is it gun or is it something else? But you should know that Larry Krasner hates cops. Larry Krasner actually charged this guy with murder. Now, you may remember this is the cop who, when a judge dismissed the charges, riots happened in Philadelphia. I think the major person that we remember from that downtown Philadelphia was Meatball, if you remember that name. I think that was her social media. We don't know if Meatball is still out there or not, or will surface again. But how in the world would you charge this guy, this cop, even if there's a debate about proper procedure, God knows what, inside the police department and this incident, charging him with murder ultimately? Now, this trial is for third-degree murder. It was first-degree, as I understand it, before this. It's got knocked down to third-degree murder. But still, he's been in jail all that time. Anybody else is out on the streets. And this coming on the cusp of a day when we have a chance to rid ourselves of Larry Krasner. So I'll be on Twitter tomorrow night, and I'll be watching, too, the Krasner, if he does win, the mob with him. This is what we're up against. Now, you know that these progressive DAs have been beaten in several other areas. And Dugan is an ideal candidate to do that. He's had a lot of financial backing. The problem is he's up against that just amazing stuff with Krasner. This is the all-timer. You know, I tell you, you got to look at the enemy, and that's what he is, and realize what you're up against. This isn't one of those piddling guys in San Francisco or the L.A. guy. Krasner is beyond belief. So let's hope tomorrow the turnout is such in key spots, Northeast Philadelphia, places like that, that people get it and realize what's at stake, because this guy is going to continue to do what he's done. He's not changing. I don't think the mayor has spoken out directly enough. Oh, Dom, you can't do that. Okay, then, you know, we hear various things that there's a lot of public officials. They didn't endorse Krasner. It's not an easy win here. Judge Dugan, though, has fine qualifications, would be an excellent DA, restoring some sanity to this almost instantly. We'll see and I'm thinking tonight of people like Maureen Faulkner today, the Fitzgerald family, particularly the Fitzgerald families. I mean, we've been through this before. That lunatic that shot him to death, allegedly, still sits there in jail. No death penalty, even though he executed him. You realize that. He wounded him, then he stood over at a close distance and executed him at Temple. A guy with a wife and 3 kids, etc., and all that. And yet, he didn't have the dignity to face the parents himself and tell them, no, he wasn't going to, for the death penalty for X reasons. I believe it was a phone call they got on this. A family that just is the epitome. Law enforcement, respect to the son they raised, etc. That's what people are voting on tomorrow. But the mob in Philadelphia, Mount Airy, and also Chestnut Hill, they love it. They're insulated from it. They're worried about the pickleball court, not drive-bys. And I hear how much, oh, look at the murder stats. Yeah, when they're 1 million and they go down to 500,000, that's supposed to be an improvement. Henry, you tell me that Meatball was recently on a dating show.
Yeah. I watched an internet dating show called Could Have Been Love a few months back,
Okay.
and it debuted in March. Yeah, she was a contestant on the show.
Did she win?
No, she
I
was
see.
in the final 5 or 6,
Okay.
I want to say. She had a very good run. She was one of the big stars of the show.
And they did reference the whole rioting and the whole situation.
No, that wasn't brought up, no.
Oh, I'm surprised she was able to compete after that because
Well,
she did,
Yeah, like Meatball more fits the kind of the characters they were going for on
Right,
that show.
okay.
So she was a dime a dozen to say. Like she wasn't any more
she
special
was-
than anyone else in the show.
Was she classy compared to others?
She was more level-headed at times, which
Wow.
is kind of
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
Any desire to go home and now watch this dating show involving Meatball?
No, I think Meatball should be on as a guest to give us her take on the Dial case.
I'd love to hear about.
Yeah,
Could Have Been
oh,
Love.
yes. I mean, she was a star. She was at every part of the riot that got caught up in. So, riot in Philadelphia, and you'll get your way because Larry Krasner hates cops. Always remember that. He does. Memo to the FOP. He's going to hate you after this. Not going to go easy just because you didn't endorse. Can't say it enough. Tomorrow's the big showdown. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Mike LaRosa, who served as Dr. Jill Biden's press secretary, the first one, I believe. He's next. First, though, let's talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like most about Dr. Bentz, he doesn't offer just one solution. He offers the best choices, great diagnostic equipment, great instincts, and great staff. Now, I recently decided to get a dental implant. The experience was great, ongoing, everything's working. We'll have the final result soon. It came after a lot of choices, a lot of back and forth looking at this, not rushing into it, using advanced imaging and technology, combined with Dr. Bentz's own instincts. I arrived at that. That's what he does, from the simplest thing all the way up. The options are available to you to get the decision that fits your great dental health that we all need, gives you great overall health. Get that initial appointment now with Dr. Bentz. Call 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So, what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on the Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, big issues, big guests, the biggest story of the day, bleeding in from yesterday, today, and into tomorrow, of course. President Biden and the book that drops tomorrow and the cancer diagnosis. And I was riveted to see Mike LaRosa, who was a partner in Bauer Partners in Washington, communications division. He was the first communications director, press secretary at least, for Dr. Jill Biden. Mike joins us here in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. And claim to fame, I think you know Nick Cale.
I do. Thanks for having me.
Well, you're welcome, Mike. So yesterday, first of all, motivation to go on Fox and Friends, which I think was handled very civilly, going back and forth, because you're still in the mix, I would assume, with various contacts in Washington that might feel a little bit iffy about talking about that role you had with the Bidens.
Sure. Yeah, I've been pretty direct about some of the challenges they faced since 2023 from a political context. You know, I love the Bidens dearly, but I was also one of a few folks on the outside who raised questions about the strategy for the reelection campaign in terms of trying to run out the clock on doing media and interviews. It was my opinion, and I spoke out publicly saying that he needs to kind of assure, show, not tell, and not confirm the worst suspicions people had already had of him, that he couldn't do the job. But they decided to take a different tact, and that all kind of fell apart on the night of the debate.
So let's talk. Were you you weren't working press secretary then, night of the debate? Were you there?
No, I was. For full context, I was Dr. Biden's. I joined the Biden campaign early in 2019.
Right.
Was with Dr. Biden as her traveling press secretary for the primary general election campaign in 2020, and then the first 2 years of the White House.
So you said yesterday the money line to me was that they were allergic, at least where you were, that operation, to transparency, the dog bites, the usher that was fired. Talk about that a little bit. Wasn't that normal, what you do in the White House? You seem to think it was more than that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, ushers had never been fired on day one before, and it's always the incoming administration's prerogative for sure. But this was somewhat unusual case. Ushers have been known to be bipartisan. Right. It was really Donald Trump who fired the usher going in from the Obama White House. Halfway through, brought in somebody from the Trump Hotel organization. But the point was that in my job as a spokesperson, I wasn't able to get answers to the press who were asking. And there seemed to be what I noticed was a hesitation or a reluctance to at least give clarity to the public. And that's our first job if you want credibility with the public.
Now, Mike, you talked about your affection for the Bidens, working with them and all this. I didn't see you ask yesterday, unless I missed it, though, the pointed question here about reassuring people. How would Joe Biden been able to do that, at least within the last year? I think even more than that. How were these things characterized? You know, the which way off the stage, the freezing up. some of the gibberish that was said at various times. How would it characterize that that wasn't a sign, particularly another term on top of that?
So, Don, this was my problem with pulling back from doing by having unscripted media moments and doing interviews and press conferences, was that the less frequently he appeared, the more amplified, the more attention and scrutiny was paid to mistakes he would make, verbal innocent slip-ups, sort of, misdirection from the aides on like where to go, which is, by the way, very normal. I mean, a lot of stagecraft goes into public events. Now, I wasn't there that last year, so I don't know, I can't speak to what they were. I only know what they were saying publicly, and that was sort of chastising anybody who would suggest that there was some cognitive impairment.
So, Michael, the other thing, too, my producer picked up, I was more dealing with the cognitive, but the feebleness, the falling, the other things associated with that. When did that become apparent, do you think?
Well, and this is sort of what is really difficult to discern, right? President George Bush fell off a bicycle, or choked on a pretzel, and Ford and Reagan, they all fell down the stairs of Air Force One. Our President Biden tripped up Air Force One occasionally. These things do happen to even younger men who occupied the office, but it is hard. That's what is confusing to a lot of people. It's you don't know what is more of a physical ailment for somebody who is of the age of 80, but I think that kind of scrutiny was applied to President Biden a little bit more aggressively because of his age. He was, in fact, the oldest president to be elected. But Americans don't seem to have a problem voting for that. We've done it now for the last 3 elections in a row. We've elected the oldest person to ever hold the office, or to ever be elected to office.
I differ with you on that. I don't think it was over at all on this. But, Michael, the ability to run the country. Now, you weren't in there. You were with Jill Biden, but you weren't in there toward the end. Who was running the country? Would you be able to argue you're the first person we've been able to get on inside this, and maybe the only one that we can talk with civilly about this?
Sure.
Was he running the country when the book tomorrow coming out and other reports indicate they kept him away from staffers even? Some people there did. So who was actually running things day to day?
Well, I first of all, I haven't read the book, and I don't know. I think you'd have to be a little bit more specific about what you mean by kept him away from staffers.
In other words, the president, even the access internally was very, very limited, more limited than most presidents.
I wouldn't doubt that access was limited. The question is, to whom was it limited? And he was always within a very tight, insular circle of advisors. But look, I think the president was certainly capable and was running the country. Look, in my 3 years I spent with him and them, Dom, at in what's called the traveling bubble. This is a very small core group of people who spent a lot of the public and private time with the Bidens at their home in Rehoboth, in Camp David, in Wilmington. There was no pause that I ever had, that I was ever in terms of his mental ability or his physical ability. And that was 3 years. Now, a lot can happen in 2 years, but he was effectively managing the country just fine. Now, I'm not a doctor, and I don't think most of us are. We saw what we saw on TV, but he was running the country as, with aides, as all presidents do, with a handful of aides that they rely and depend on.
All right, so when you saw the debate, wherever you were watching it, did you say, man, I wish I had seen this earlier? Did you say maybe it's just a bad night? What was your gut instinct then?
No, I was mortified. I was shocked. I went on Jesse Waters' show on Fox News about an hour before the debate started, I believe, and I was very confident because Biden had always been a game day player. He always did extremely well in these debates. He's been debating for 50 years, which is more than anybody. He was used to this kind of pressure. My only concern for Biden going into the debate was not on substance or policy, but was on performance and being prepared tactically to face Trump, which is very difficult because it's always trying to anticipate the unexpected. But look, I was wrong, and he failed on all fronts, and he lost that debate. And the larger point is that it was very striking and startling, and jarring to me as it was for the rest of the country.
Michael, one more question on this. Take us inside, since you were confident with the Bidens. You're a strategist still today on the other side. Give us what the challenge of facing Trump in the debate or a campaign is. You talked about the unexpected. How difficult is it when you were sitting around strategizing against this guy? Is this once in a lifetime figure that is hard to penetrate?
Well, we dispatched of him look, we knew, I'm going back now to the 2020 campaign. After the first debate in Cleveland, we had the data appearing and the research and the surveys within a couple hours showing that we were probably going to win the election. President Biden easily, what we would call, beat him in those two debates. And we saw in the trends of the early voting, which starts a little after Labor Day, what we needed and how much runway we had, and what extra we were picking up. So we kind of knew by mid-October that we were going to win. We weren't measuring the drapes, but from a data perspective, we knew. And it was mostly him doing that to himself. I mean, look, presidents are expected to do one thing, pass a leadership test. And the reason why President Trump was ultimately fired after 4 years was because the country faced a 9/11 depression-like crisis.
Okay, why did he come back and win the next time then? What is it that changed?
Well, because President Biden had a 4-year record of his own. You either meet the test of voters or you don't. He was fired because of COVID and because the country was not happy with being shut down. And so they wanted somebody competent. They wanted somebody who was an adult. Right. And Joe Biden had a lot of goodwill personally that the country trusted him. And remember, it's important to remember, Dom, in 3 elections, Donald Trump still could not get past 50% of the country to vote for him.
But he won the popular vote this time. What do you attribute that to? The popular vote?
Well, that's not extra credit. Most presidents do. We won it by 7 million votes.
Republicans, it's pretty hard for Republicans to put that on the board now, given everything.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, we won it by 7 million votes, and it wasn't a very close election in 2020. President Trump wasn't able to get 81 million. I think he won the last one.
Okay, Michael, I have press time. One last question then. Tomorrow, when the book drops and all this happens, give me what your stance is going to be, do you think, based upon what we know? Are you going to be one of the guys saying, well, we just have to get past this now, move to the future? Or are you going to say we need to look at this more and get to the bottom of what happened here?
No, I was on Philadelphia's own Kristen Welker's show last week, immediately following Congressman Brendan Boyle, who I love, but following his response, and it was terrible. It was everything a candidate, a Democratic candidate, and a Democratic member of Congress should not do. Dodging and weaving and deflecting on this answer is not going to help you. It looks phony, it looks irresponsible, and it doesn't earn Democrats the trust they need to get back. The answer is to say, no, he should not have run for re-election. Clearly, there was a problem with his health, and Democrats, we need to do better. But the answer is not, let's move forward. The voters will forgive you for mistakes. They won't forgive you for being phony.
Michael, thank you. Please come back here again, and we'll mention this to Nick Cale.
Thank you so much. Tell him I said hi, and happy to come back anytime.
Thank you. Michael LaRosa here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, he sees it still that he didn't see it in Biden here. Okay. We'll see tomorrow as more detail is put on to this and where the next shoe goes. It's the lightning round next. Hit us with that artifact, that document, or that movie prop, whatever it might be. Get your name into the hat for a great prize this week here on Talk Radio 1210.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guided Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Okay, lightning round, artifact, document, movie prop. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on the Dom Show. Drew, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I know this is way outside the box, Dom, but like during the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese sent five mini suicide submarines. I mean, submarines that weren't going back. They were suicide. And there's 5 of them, to be exact. And 3 of them are accounted for, and I believe one's on display in a museum. However, there's 2 that are still out there in the harbor. And the diligence is finding them is still there, but not as much as it was. But I'm calling because there's at least one on display. They found 3 of them. I appreciate it, Tom. Thank you.
He wants the other one to floated off Mulligan's there at Cape May Point.
I love that.
Not too far away. That's outside the box.
He goes, I don't know if you're going to like this. I go,
yeah,
I love the specificity of that answer.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what we're looking for. The Earl of Tacony. Okay, Earl, what's yours?
Not that I'm a megalomaniac or anything, but I'm going to go for probably one of the most sought-after religious relics short of the Holy Grail, and that would be the Spear of Destiny, the spear that supposedly pierced Christ's side. I mean, world governments have tried to find it in order to make their armies invincible.
All right, boy, we're really taking the violent ones here.
Never heard of that.
If they're looking for a new idea for the next Indiana Jones, we got a couple.
There you go. I love this next one because I'm a big fan of Casablanca, and this is the thing throughout the film. Bill in Palmyra, what's yours, Bill?
Hi, Dom. Good show. Thanks for taking my call. My answer as the artifact is from the movie Casablanca, the magical letters of transit. That allowed anyone who held these letters to travel freely through Nazi-occupied Europe
and to get a flight to neutral Portugal where you could get a further flight to the United States.
Yeah, that is great. That is often voted top 3 films of all time, and that's the driving force. Where are those? Does Humphrey Bogart have them on him? Bill in Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Bill.
Hello there, Dom, Dan, and Henri. I just wanted to say that when you started talking about the big, beautiful Bill, I thought I was next. But anyway, the artifact I'm going to talk about took place in April of 1865 at a courthouse in Appomattox, Virginia. General Robert E. Lee and General Ulysses S. Grant sat down, and the Confederacy surrendered to the Union.
And what's the artifact?
The letters of exchange that they gave to each other.
All right, gotcha, Bill. Joe in Bordentown, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hi. Mine is Majestic 12, a group of 12 that was set up by Harry Truman to cover up the UFOs.
All right.
Yes, my kind of
artifacts.
answer. I like
but
that.
what's the artifact?
Is there an artifact?
Yeah, I don't know.
Joe in Exton. All right, Joe. What's yours
they're
today?
documents, Dom, the Majestic 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, hello, Dom.
Hi, Joe.
Dom, I'm changing my answer.
Okay.
My artifact is the Liberty Bell itself.
All right.
Ooh.
That's a big one.
Yeah,
sure.
it is.
Right down the
It's
road
heavy,
from us.
heavy to chuck around.
And
though.
Chuck in Newtown Square ends as he many times does. How about yours, Chuck?
All right, let's try this one. A little tiny piece of metal that could have been so insignificant in so many other little ways, but it changed American history more than any little piece of metal I can think of, and it was held by John Wilkes Booth and put in the back of Abraham Lincoln's head, and it's at the Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and the fact that Andrew Johnson was such an insignificant, terrible president who didn't have any ideas of what to do after the Civil War, God knows what our country would be if Abraham Lincoln survived. So that's why I'm saying it changed American history more than any little artifact that you can possibly find.
That's a very good one. All right. Those were strong at the end. Dan, who are your contenders?
We had Shroud of Turin. We had the Ark of the Covenant. But maybe the 2 suicide submarines from Pearl Harbor.
That was very good.
That was a random answer, but I really liked it.
Okay, so you settle on that, Henry?
I second that answer, the Japanese suicide submarines. I also would like to boast the Bill and Paul Meyer with the magical letters of transit, and then right there at the end, Chuck in Newtown Square with the bullet from Lincoln.
I can go with the subs. I think it was really outside the box. Those all 3 are worthy. All right, so your name goes into the hat, Drew. First leg of that, and I think we'll have a $50 gift card to Gallows up there on the Boulevard. Say hello to Jim Harvey. Great food as always. Richie always next, and I think he's in studio today. I think I saw him popping in here. So we'll have that. Follow on Twitter until tomorrow at Dom Show 1210, at Dom Show 1210. Big day tomorrow here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Does it seem like allergy season is always